Good morning, distinguished guests. Welcome to the 2024 KGA General Assembly Commemorative Forum of Dr. Lee Jong-uk Fellowship Program. My name is Claudia Yeonhwa Lee, and it is my honor and privilege to be here as your MC for today's forum. First and foremost, allow me to express my sincere appreciation to all of you for kindly consenting to our invitation to the 2024 KGA General Assembly Commemorative Forum of the Dr. Lee Jong-uk Fellowship Program. And before we begin, let me briefly introduce you to the background of today's event. The Dr. Lee Jong-uk Fellowship Program is a global training program of COFI that aims to strengthen the capacity of the healthcare workforce in partner countries, as well as the partner countries' healthcare systems. And since LJWFP was launched in 2007, it has nurtured more than 1,500 fellows from 30 countries as of 2024. And in addition, COFI supports KGA, COFI Global Alumni, established by LJWFP fellows in 12 countries. We're pleased to announce that COFI is hosting the Commemorative Forum of LJWFP KGA General Assembly today, especially assembling esteemed African fellows and cooperation partners on the occasion of 2024 Korea-Africa Summit. With the active collaboration of the Ministry of Health and Welfare and COFI, this forum aims to strengthen strategic partnerships in the health sector between the Republic of Korea and African countries, seeking fruitful areas for further cooperation. In this regard, we welcome participants from 4 African countries, including Ghana, Ethiopia, Uganda, and Tanzania. Additionally, we're delighted to welcome guests from the Ministry of Health and Welfare of the Republic of Korea and relevant institutions, including Seoul National University, Inje International Development Cooperation Center, Nanyang Technological University, and others. We're pleased to have you all gather here and have great expectations for the lively conversations in store for you throughout the day. And without further ado, next we're going to have the opening remarks from the President Ha Il-soo of COFI. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome him with a big round of applause.
Honorable Dr. Jo Kyu-hong, Minister for Health and Welfare of the Republic of Korea, Honorable Dr. Austin Denby, Minister for Health of Sierra Leone, Honorable Dr. Stephen Amoah, Deputy Minister of Finance and Planning of Ghana, Dr. Senkoro Alan, Chairman of Muhimbili National Hospital, all delegates, distinguished speakers, and guests, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the Korea Foundation for International Healthcare, I welcome you all to this commemorative forum of Lee Jong-uk Fellowship Program, Global Alumni General Assembly, held in conjunction with the 2024 Korea-Africa Summit. It is a profound honor for me to declare the opening of this forum. As was noted, Lee Jong-uk Fellowship Program was established in 2007 to commemorate the legacy of the late Dr. Lee Jong-uk, the 6th Director General of WHO, as a training initiative aimed at enhancing the capacities of healthcare professionals in partner countries. Since its inception, the program has trained over 1,500 fellows from 30 countries over the world, including 622 fellows from 15 African nations. After completing their training, the fellows returned to their countries and established the COFI Global Alumni Network, which has played a pivotal role in improving healthcare capacities in their countries through a lot of activities. Today's gathering will offer an opportunity to share and exchange diverse local initiatives among the alumni from Ghana, Ethiopia, Uganda, and Tanzania. Moreover, I trust that this forum will serve as a platform for fruitful discussions on the future direction and strategies of the fellowship program. Once again, I extend my sincere congratulations to the Lee Jong-uk Fellowship alumni who are actively embodying Dr. Lee's ambition and spirit in Africa, and look forward to the continued intimate collaboration between Korea and African partners to advance the global health. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for opening today's forum with your warm and kind words, and thank you for organizing such a meaningful gathering today, President Ha. Next, without further ado, I would like to invite Honorable Cho Kyu-hong, the Minister of Health and Welfare of the Republic of Korea, to give his welcoming remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome him with a big hand.
반갑습니다. 대한민국 보건복지부 조규홍 장관입니다. 우선 한-아프리카 정상회의 일정에도 불구하고 2024년 이종욱 펠로우십 프로그램 동문 서울총회 기념포럼에 참석해 주신 닥터 오스틴 댐비 시에라리온 보건부 장관님, 닥터 스테판 아모아 가나 재무부 차관님, 닥터 엘렌 음콘디아 센코로 탄자니아 무힘빌리국립병원 이사장님과 여러 귀빈 여러분께 환영의 인사를 드립니다.
It is a great pleasure to meet you all. My name is Kyu-hong Cho, Minister of Health and Welfare of Korea. First of all, I would like to extend my warmest welcome to all the distinguished guests, including Dr. Austin Demby, Minister of Health of Sierra Leone, Dr. Stephen Amoah, Deputy Minister for Finance and Economic Planning of Ghana, and Dr. Ellen Mkondya Senkoro, Chair of the Board of Muhimbili National Hospital of Tanzania, who are joining us today for 2024 Dr. Lee Jong-uk Fellowship Program KGA General Assembly Commemorative Forum, despite the busy schedules with the Korea-Africa Summit.
아울러 이 자리 주인공이신 이종욱 펠로우십 연수생분들 그리고 동문 여러분, 이렇게 서울에서 직접 만나 뵙게 되어 정말 반갑습니다.
Also, I'm very delighted to see the heroes of today's event, alumni of Dr. Lee Jong-uk Fellowship Program, in person in Seoul.
한국은 아프리카 정상들을 초청하여 정상회담을 개최하고 있으며 앞으로도 아프리카와의 협력 관계를 더욱 긴밀하게 발전시킬 것을 희망하고 있습니다. 이종욱 펠로우십 프로그램은 한국과 아프리카가 보건의료 분야에서 긴밀하게 협력하는 대표적인 사례로 지속적으로 강화해 나갈 필요가 있습니다.
Korea is currently holding a summit with heads of the states from Africa and hopes to further the cooperative relations with African countries going forward. Dr. Lee Jong-uk Fellowship Program is a representative case of the close cooperation between Korea and Africa in the field of healthcare, and we need to continue to develop it.
이종욱 펠로우십 프로그램은 2007년부터 총 1,500명의 연수생을 배출하는 성과를 거두었고 이 중 42%인 622명은 아프리카에서 오신 연수생이었습니다.
Since 2007, a total of 1,500 trainees have completed Dr. Lee Jong-uk Fellowship Program, and among them, 622 which is 42% of the total, were trainees from Africa.
이렇게 한국에서 교육받은 인력이 다시 고국에서 또 다른 인력들을 양성하며 선순환을 창출하고 있습니다. 오늘 참석하신 가나, 에티오피아, 우간다, 탄자니아의 동문들이 고국에서 직접 운영하는 보건의료 인력 양성 프로그램이 그 대표적인 모습입니다.
A virtuous cycle is being created with the trainees who completed the program in Korea going back, training the workforce of their own in their home countries. It is exemplified by the healthcare workforce training programs that are alumni from Ghana, Ethiopia, Uganda, and Tanzania who joined us today are operating in their respective home countries.
이번 기념포럼을 통해 이러한 실제 성과를 바탕으로 향후 운영 전략에 대해 논의하여 이종욱 펠로우십 프로그램을 더욱 발전시킬 수 있기를 기대합니다. 한국 정부도 아프리카와의 긴밀한 인연이 지속 발전할 수 있도록 필요한 사항을 아낌없이 지원하겠습니다.
I hope today's commemorative forum serves as an opportunity to discuss future strategies for operating Dr. Lee Jong-uk Fellowship Program based on these actual fruitful outcomes and further develop the program going forward. The Korean government will spare no support in the process so that our close relations between Korea and Africa can continue to advance.
다시 한번 오늘 총회에 참석해 주신 모든 분께 감사드리고 한국에 계시는 동안 좋은 추억 많이 만드시고 건강하고 안전하게 귀국하시길 기원합니다. 감사합니다.
Once again, I would like to thank all the participants of today's General Assembly Commemorative Forum. I hope all of you make great memories during your stay in Korea, and I wish you great health and safe travel back home. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your welcoming remarks, Honorable Minister Cho of the Republic of Korea. Thank you also for gracing this occasion despite your busy schedules with your presence. And thank you for promising the ongoing support for the Lee Jong-uk Fellowship Program. And last but not least, Honorable Dr. Stephen Amoah, Deputy Minister for Finance of the Republic of Ghana, will deliver congratulatory remarks on behalf of Honorable Dr. Mohammed Amin Adam, Minister for Finance. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome him with a big round of applause.
Thank you very much. Your Excellency, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, fellow delegates, special greetings from the President of the Republic of Ghana, His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, and the Finance Minister, on whose behalf I'm here, Honorable Dr. Amin Adams. It is an honor to address you today at the 2024 Korea African Summit. Like most Ghanaians, I see opportunity across our country despite our present circumstances that we all know is global due to the COVID and the Russian war, which Ghana is at a very fast rate recovering. In fact, outperforming most of our indicative targets set by the world bodies such as World Bank and IMF. There's a need for road, rail, power, and water projects, not to mention digitalization schools and hospitals, so we can make giant strides on our path toward structural transformation of our economy. Our priority, therefore, is to work together with our development partners to deliver a portfolio of investment opportunities that ultimately position Ghana as a compelling destination for private capital seeking rewarding growth investment. Within that context, the theme for this year's summit, the future we make together, shared growth, sustainability, and solidarity, dovetails perfectly with Ghana's ambition of working closely with the Korean government and private sector to attract more FDI. By this, I would like all of us to say a big thank you to the Korean government, for it has been providing a lot of assistance in this direction to support Ghana in terms of our socio-economic growth. Within that context, at the same time, we'd like to say that we want to deliver overall progress in areas central to social welfare development, such as green manufacturing, particularly in value chain addition across our local productive value chains, agriculture and agro-processing, ICT and fintech, SME development, clean energy supply chains, infrastructure, and more specifically, in line with what we're having today, healthcare development. I would like to emphasize that Ghana is really taking a giant steps in the area of healthcare development. Our current government is embarking on a lot of healthcare development programs, specifically Agenda 111, which is a project being done to build special hospitals for most of the districts across the country. Some of them are at 90% completion, and we are going to launch them. So I'm sure anybody here that will want to assist Ghana in that direction with respect to this, we welcome that. Ultimately, we recognize that for us to make concrete progress in these areas, our two nations need to co-develop a pipeline of well-appraised investment projects underpinned by sufficient monitoring mechanisms that de-risk projects in the implementation stage. Furthermore, these projects must be delivered by way of concessional financing, blended financing arrangements, or mutually beneficial public-private partnership for them to be fiscally sustainable over the respective project horizons. In this area, it is not lost on us that Korea currently provides Ghana with one of the best concessional arrangements with a 0.15% interest rate, 10-year grace period, and 40-year tenor coupled with 66 grant element. At all, we'll clap for this. They are great achievements for us. And we'll forever be grateful to the Korean government and look forward to building a stronger relationship, because it has really, really been doing well for us. It is our sincere hope that such arrangement will continue so we can continue to deliver investment opportunities that create sustained growth, healthcare, trade, and economic activity between these two countries. As it stands, Korean companies such as Kia, Hyundai, LG, and Samsung are already household names in Ghana. Going forward, our ambition is thus to explore vocational training programs, apprenticeship, and mentorship initiatives, so that together we can bridge the skill gap and leverage Korean technology and expertise to create Ghana's SMEs that can also have a strong footprint in the Korean marketplace. I would like, accordingly, to use this great opportunity to ask the Korean LG and Samsung manufacturer to set up an assembling plant, if not even a full manufacturing value chain, so that Ghana can just have these products being assembled in Ghana to create jobs and also to make sure that we can foster a better relationship. Because we are using this, it's a household name. And I'll emphasize that, please come to Ghana and set up assembling plant. We have great businessmen. We came with some of them, and they're ready to build that partnership and ensure that we deepen that relationship. Already, some of the Koreans are met here, bear Ghana names. Some are called Abna, some Ya, indicating the days they were born. And I am Ya. One of them is Yao. One of them is Ya. So it's like Ghana and Korea. It goes beyond just building factories together and doing businesses. We are domestically linked as two countries. So I'm expecting that this year, LG, Hyundai will come to Ghana. We'll give you a very good package to build these things in our country with our businessmen there. We have great businessmen in Ghana, and Ghana is the only country that you can be 100% sure of all over the world. In fact, we are number one when it comes to security and hospitality. So please come home. Ultimately, we certainly have a lot we can achieve together. I humbly ask that we seize this moment to forge lasting friendship, exchange ideas, and build bridges across continents. Together, we can shape a legacy that transcends generations, a legacy of progress, sustainability, and solidarity. Thank you for your attention. God bless Korea. God bless Africa. God bless Ghana. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for your kind remarks, Dr. Amoah. Ghana, Korea. What a great rhyme. As someone who's been to Africa before, I know how long it is, how far it is to come all the way here to Korea from the African continent. So in that sense, thank you very much for your presence and your kind words today. And before we move on to the next speaker, I would like to invite our esteemed guests at the first 2 rows of the tables, as well as KGA presenters to come up to the stage for a group photo opportunity. I know that the stage is being set up right now, but could you please maybe move towards the stage so that we can quickly get the photo together? So I would like to kindly once again invite VIPs who are sitting on the first 2 rows of the table and KGA presenters for a VIP photo opportunity. And do not be discouraged. We're going to have another opportunity to include every single participant at the end. Please bear with me with that. Yes, let me continue to invite our distinguished guests who are sitting at the first 2 rows of the tables to come up to the stage for a photo opportunity. It's so nice to see yielding seats for one another. All right, I think everyone is all ready to take photos. To commemorate this time, we're going to first take the as-is photo, the very basic default posture. Please look at the photographers in the middle and show your best smile. Kimchi, should I say that? Yes, kimchi. Big smile, please, everyone. All right, I think everyone's satisfied. We're going to move on to the famous BTS heart. Please show your love using your fingers, 2 fingers, the thumb and the index finger. Perfect. Let's say Kofi this time. We're going to just go ahead until our photographer is satisfied. Is it all good? All right. Thank you, everyone, for your participation and cooperation for the photo opportunity. You may now return to your seats. So, to start off the commemorative forum, we're going to have the pleasure of listening to today's keynote speech from Professor Juan Pablo Bifani of Nanyang Technological University from Singapore. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Professor Juan Pablo Bifani to the stage.
Well, good morning, and thank you very much for the organizing committee and the participant for this wonderful opportunity to be here today. I think it's a great initiative. So are we ready for the next pandemic? That's the title of the talk today. And we all know the impact of COVID-19 had globally. We know a recorded, confirmed 7 million deaths, more likely 20 million deaths, a higher number. But let's not forget that every year there are between 12 and 14 million people that die from infectious disease around the world. Maybe one of the biggest difference between the 12 and 14 million people that die every year from infectious disease and COVID is the fact that COVID-19 had a tremendous impact on the global economy and society at large. Another thing that's interesting about COVID-19 is that the countries that were the most affected, or the countries where you saw the highest rate of per capita death, were the more industrialized countries. In fact, if you look at this map, the number of deaths reported from Africa were minimal as compared to what you saw in Europe and in North America or South America in many respects. This is not due to underreporting, so let's be careful. This is a reality. The number of deaths was considerably lower in Africa. Most likely, one of the main reasons for that is because of the age that in Africa. The African population, the average age is 18 years as compared to Europe, which is 44 years, or North America, which is 38 years. And we know that COVID-19 primarily affected those over a certain age, over 65 and so on. But keep this map in mind for subsequent, for the rest of the presentation. Also, pandemics are not new. We've had pandemics throughout history. In fact, the bubonic plague killed maybe 1/3 of the world population in the 1300s. And if you think about the bubonic plague, the major cause of bubonic plague was sanitation, lack of sanitation and living conditions. It was not the absence of vaccines or antibiotics, it came down to sanitation. So what have we learned from COVID-19? So since COVID-19 started, there have been many, many meetings and conferences and so on to try to identify and come up with plans for preparedness for future pandemics, because they will come. And in general, everybody agrees about 8 to 10 points to keep in mind. Some of them are not very costly. Some of them are mainly logistic, so coordination between governments, different agencies, and so on globally. Some of them require a higher investment, such as public health and investing into healthcare, laboratory capacity, and of course, there's also some that are more political than others. So briefly, what have we learned? And when we say what have we learned, in reality, many of these things, we knew them ahead of COVID-19. Just COVID-19 has allowed society at large to re-question and look at this point. First one, early detection. And we know there are already many mechanisms in the world about early detection of infections. In fact, the African CDC is very, very effective at monitoring novel outbreaks throughout the continent, as are other agencies around the world. The second one is healthcare system and resilience. This one really is based on the investment in healthcare, and unfortunately, this one really depends on the wealth of the country in many respects and the policies of the government, how much is invested into healthcare capacity. Then, of course, we have equitable access to healthcare. COVID-19 really made it obvious what everybody has always known, is that not every country has the same access to healthcare and to the support that you need. In fact, when COVID-19 first struck, some countries, the wealthy countries, had already secured the supply of vaccine and drugs that had not yet been developed. So countries like Singapore, for example, had already invested with all the large pharmaceutical to make sure that they will be on the first line to receive the vaccine that had not yet been developed. And of course, not every country has that possibility. Community engagement, I pick an example from Malawi. In the age of disinformation, it's key, and also lack of trust in governments in many parts of the world. It's key to have a strong community involvement, to disseminate information, to share information, and be able to act quickly in the case of outbreaks. And of course, regional global cooperation and collaboration. And again, thanks to COVID-19, one of the good outcomes of this has been that there are new collaborations that have been established and networked to disseminate information rapidly around the world. And of course, research and innovation. Once again, this is really dependent on the economic status of the countries and the political will of the countries involved. And surge capacity, once again, what I mentioned earlier, not everybody had access to what was available at the time. I think the distribution of vaccines and drugs like remdesivir was very obvious during COVID-19. Had Africa suffered the same fate as Europe or North America suffered, they would not have had those vaccines or those drugs available at the time as the rest of the world did. And surge capacity and stockpiling and technology, and I pick an example of Cameroon about communication using the internet. So there are many things that have been discussed, there are many forums that exist dealing with preparedness. You can all Google and find them. What I wanted to talk about is about pandemics. So most pandemics start with zoonotic disease. These are infections that come from animals and move from animals to human, from human to humans, and very often we forget they go back to animals from humans. So throughout history, zoonotic disease have played a major role in history in general. This is an example for the last 30 years. You can appreciate the number of infectious zoonotic disease that have emerged, that have been reported. But maybe more interesting is this graph. About 75% of all new emergent infections come from an animal source. And every year there are 5 new infectious diseases reported, of which 3 out of 5 have an animal origin. And as I said, there is reverse zoonosis, is when humans infect animals. And you can appreciate in Europe, 1/4 of the livestock in Europe is infected with methicillin-resistant Staphylococcus aureus. The animals are not sick. They carry the bacteria, but this bacteria is a major cause of death, especially hospital-acquired infections and institutional-acquired infection in developed nations. And then there are predicted zone of spillover, and this is where you have dense population living very, very close to wildlife and to other animals, and these have been identified as areas of potential spillover. Now, what's interesting is that once areas of spillover have been identified and there's a proper surveillance, the impact can be mitigated very, very easily. And by mitigating this impact, you can save thousands of lives very, very rapidly. And there are many examples in the literature of where sound monitoring have led to a proper prevention of a spillover. So where is the next pandemic coming from? There are many possibilities, but one of the major worry around the world is the avian flu. And the avian influenza, the reason why it's such a big deal is because it has played a role in the past. Originally it goes from wild birds, so aquatic birds. It usually infects an intermediary animal, such as livestock, and then it goes to human. It's very rare to see this avian flu go from bird to human. It's extremely rare. Usually you have a middle player, which are usually livestock. So when it comes to influenza, the reason of the concern is there are 2 things to keep in mind. One is antigenic shift and antigenic rift. Antigenic shift is when the virus replicates. It's not a perfect process. You will always generate mutants. As you know, with COVID, we have all different names for COVID as the virus evolve. But what's more concerning is when the virus are able to exchange genetic material with other viruses of the same type. A good example is the Hong Kong outbreak of 1968, in which there were patients that were infected with a seasonal flu that were co-infected or colonized by avian flu, and the 2 viruses recombined, they exchanged genetic material to generate the H3N2, which was the cause of the infection. And of course, in a way, this is a new virus, and because it's a new virus, we have no immunity towards this new virus, and this is how an epidemic may easily start. And if we look at the history of influenza, except for the Spanish flu, which was a genetic shift, most of the others are recombination of human viruses with avian viruses, which are responsible for these outbreaks. Hence, why the world is so worried about avian flu being the possible next big epidemic. And as you can appreciate, these are animals that are infected with avian flu. These are the human population. And this graph is changing very regularly. If you are following the news, we recently we have avian flu reported all the way from Antarctica all the way to South America. So because we know that the avian flu is a possible risk of outbreak in the future, there are many initiatives where we're already trying to make vaccines that could deal with these hypothetical viruses. But this is a chance game. It depends on the prediction that people make in a laboratory based on past experiences. It doesn't mean this vaccine will work 100%, but maybe will provide the basis for a future vaccine in case of outbreaks. And as I mentioned, the avian flu is really spreading in the animal population. For the first time, some of you may have seen on the news in the US, there was a farm worker that was infected with the avian flu, and it's the first case where the person actually developed respiratory symptoms and was infected directly from a cattle. So this is bound to happen. There are also, this is being monitored, so this is where monitoring is so important. And when it comes to the avian flu, as for other viruses, there's a very strong system to monitor the emergence of these viruses. They are rapidly sequenced, and they are deposited in an international database that everybody has access to, so you can actually see the evolution of these viruses almost in real time. So what about the silent killers? My apologies. So there are many diseases that are reported every day. So some of you may have noticed in the news the streptococcal infections in Japan, anthrax in Zambia, yellow fever. Yellow fever, incidentally, is one of those diseases that can be completely eradicated because we do have a vaccine, but the cost of administering this vaccine to everybody may not always be accessible. And we still have yellow fever, which should be easy to eradicate since we do have a vaccine for it. And when it comes to capacity, for example, during the main COVID outbreak, people forget that the CDC was monitoring in the African CDC 16 different outbreaks during the same period throughout Africa. So the system of monitoring this is in place. We know how to monitor it. The problem is the response, how we deal with it, as it requires a larger infrastructure. And again, I come back when I say the silent killers. 80% of the infections in Africa and in most of the rest of the world come from these few diseases, including TB, which still kills about 1.5 million people every year, or malaria, which still kills about 500,000 people every year. But the biggest threat in the future is going to be antibiotic resistance. So drug resistance is a major problem. In fact, by 2050, more people will die globally from an infection from an organism that's AMR, antibiotic resistant, than from cancer. So the major killer by 2050 is predicted to be due to one of these organisms which has developed resistance to all the existing antibiotics that we have. And two parts of the world will be particularly affected, which is Africa and Asia. You have to remember the prediction for 2050 is that 1/3 of the world population will be living in Africa, 1/3, which is very different from today, which is early 2000, which was 17% of the world population. So this is a map, this is an example to show the presence of the emergence of antibiotic-resistant Klebsiella pneumonia, which is a common pathogen, especially affecting children and the elderly. And if you look at the map on the side here, you see all these different bacterial organisms, and you see where they're becoming more and more prevalent is in Africa. Now it's interesting because most of these organisms are primarily transmitted in institutions, so hospitals, schools, prison, etc., etc. And it has been seen that as countries become more and more wealthy and you have better access to healthcare, you also have better access to nosocomial infections, so hospital-acquired infection. And many of these happen to be multi-drug resistant. And again, this to underline what I'm saying, and as you can appreciate, Africa is particularly affected by this emergence of antimicrobial resistance, and it will be as it continues. So now if you look at the traditional infectious disease, tuberculosis, malaria, HIV, now you have a whole collection of antibiotic-resistant bacteria that are rapidly spreading around the world, and Africa no exception. So just to give you an example, this is from the US. In the US, this type of infections are associated with about $10 billion in costs in healthcare per year alone. So pandemic preparedness and responses, I'm not going to go through this, but so there are many strategies that have been put in place. Some to keep in mind: development of vaccines, rapid detection and intervention as early as possible are critical, and these are policies that every country is trying to implement today. And my last slide, and I changed it, I want to put this on. This was on the news last week. It's an initiative by CEPI, which is the Coalition for Epidemic Preparedness and Innovation. Interestingly, CEPI was founded in 2017, and it's a coalition which involves public, private, foundation, etc. It involves money from many sources, and the idea of CEPI is to make vaccine available to the wider population. And in this case, I guess I'm delighted, as many people, to see that CEPI actually has invested a significant amount of money to build with BioNTech. So you remember BioNTech, they developed the mRNA vaccine for COVID-19, and now they've just starting to build this facility in Kigali, in Rwanda. So capacity building is really, really important. And I picked this example not to promote BioNTech. I don't represent BioNTech, but just to underline how important it is to capacity building is, and to build the infrastructure to deal with this. And I go back to my original slide. Had COVID had the impact in Africa that it had in Europe or North America, Africa just didn't have the vaccines or the drugs to deal with the problem, and it would have been really disastrous. So to have these initiatives is really, really important in order to be independent and be able to have access to the needs of the country without depending on external forces. So this is a summary of the lessons learned, so it's the same than the previous slide. And with that, I would like to thank you very much for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your informative keynote speech, Dr. Juan Pablo Bifani. Are we ready for the next pandemic? I know that was the title of the presentation, and it is a very real threat, and when the next one comes, we need to be better prepared for sure. Even though the title was about the pandemic, I believe it was rather a very comprehensive outlook of the global risks and disease profile as well. He rightfully mentioned the risk of AMR, and it's shocking to learn that by 2050, we're going to die from AMR rather than cancer. As much as a cancer is just so shocking as a person who sometimes takes antibiotics without even thinking that it's going to cause serious issue. Thank you very much for your knowledge, sharing, and without further ado, let's go to session 1. Session 1's title is Capacity Building of Healthcare Workers in the Post-Pandemic Era. And without further ado, I would like to invite the moderator of the first session, Professor Kwon Sun-man from the Grad School of Public Health of Seoul National University. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome him with a big hand.
Thank you. Good morning. I'm Sun-man Kwon from the Seoul National University. It's my great honor to join this meeting. And also I'm quite impressed by the good time management, such that we are well ahead of the schedule. It's quite good. So this session is a capacity building of healthcare workers in the post-pandemic era. So we have 3 presentations, so slightly different dimensions and angles. The first presentation will be by the coffee expert who has been designing and implementing all these capacity building programs in coffee. And then we'll move to a more kind of a practical implementation experience. And the Professor Kim will present on his experience on the capacity building, especially the surgery and cardiac surgery in many LMICs. And then we'll move to the third presentations on more African-specific issues and based on her experience as the African Forum for Research and Education. So, my role is just the management of the time and give more opportunities for the presenters and the audience. Actually, according to the original program, we don't have any Q&A sessions, but if we have a bit some time, after the 3 presentations, I think we can have a few minutes, spend like 5-10 minutes to the questions and answers or comments from all those participants. So let me first, invite first speaker, Ms. Jung Hae-jin. She has been, as I mentioned, leading all those capacity building programs in coffee, a lot of experience. So she will talk about outcomes and medium to long-term strategies in the I종욱 Fellowship capacity building programs. Okay, thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for joining us today. I always call myself an African because I'm a Ghanaian myself, and Amoah. My Korean name is Hae-jin Jung, by the way, and I'm pleased to present to you today about coffee and Dr. Lee Jong Fellowship Program. So let me introduce. You've already heard enough about coffee, but again, let's start by introducing coffee. As most of you already know, coffee is a Korea Foundation for International Healthcare. We are a public agency under the Ministry of Health and Welfare of the Republic of Korea. It was established to honor the late Dr. Lee Jong-uk, the legacy of him, the 6th Director General of World Health Organizations. Our mission is to provide governmental level health assistance to partner countries, North Korea, overseas Koreans, and migrant workers residing in Korea. Through our efforts, we strive to promote global cooperation in health and uphold humanitarian values. Healthcare official assistance involves many stakeholders like you. And when developing cooperation projects, we have to consider the needs and priorities of all parties involved. For instance, Korea, as a donor country, provides healthcare assistance to countries such as Ethiopia, Ghana, Uganda, and Tanzania through development partner agencies such as COFI. The primary consideration is the recipient country's needs followed by what Korea can offer as a donor country. Each stakeholder has different priorities and considerations. However, the ultimate goal, to enhance global health systems effectively and sustainably, is the same. So let me introduce our strategy for Expand Healthcare ODA. First strategy is integrated support for essential packages, providing comprehensive health system packages, including regional health, medical equipment maintenance, healthcare workforce development, as well as emergency medical services. Second strategy is primary healthcare impact initiatives by emphasizing the importance of primary health systems as essential to achieve universal health coverage in the context of global health crisis. We also focused on manpower development, like Lee Jong-un Fellowship Program for global health, by specializing and modularizing each training course, expanding new courses, and building professional networks like we have today to brand the Global Health Workforce Development Program. And our cooperation includes implementation-oriented healthcare system consulting, such as governance in policy, that's strengthening operational capabilities for institutional cooperation, and also on health facility operations consulting, disseminating operation and management consulting for tertiary hospitals, especially built with the support from Korean agencies, such as Economic Development Cooperation Fund, EDCF. And also on establishing sustainable disease response systems based on Korea's experience in overcoming global health crisis. So let's take a closer look at our fellowship program. Developing a human resources program in healthcare encompasses several aspects, not only technical skills alone. Establishing robust healthcare policies and ensuring adequate infrastructure and medical technologies, implementing standard qualifications for health professionals as well as health facilities, and enhancing the delivery of medical services through improved organizational culture and even socioeconomic systems. So to effectively nurture global health and medical personnel, it is necessary to analyze the global health status, identify the level of demand for healthcare personnel, and take a holistic and systematic approach. This includes overcoming institutional barriers to collaboration in the health field. So the Dr. Lee Jong-un Fellowship Program is designed regarding all the previous mentioned elements. It's a global training initiative aimed at strengthening the capacity of healthcare workforces in partner countries through systematic and practical health and training programs. It also supports partner countries' healthcare strategies and also raises international awareness of healthcare system resilience. And the ultimate objective is to build a healthy and sustainable global community by expanding the overseas network of domestic medical institutions, some are here with us today, and also academia to develop into a global platform for healthcare workforce training. I think we've repeated this so many times, but I'm just gonna visualize this. We've trained about 1,500 fellows from 30 countries, which includes 622 people from African continents. However, there are some limitations on traditional multi-country, multi-sector invitational trainings. So to address this, we designed targeted programs before the training and follow up with fellows afterwards to support local dissemination of the knowledge. So we call it TOP model, and combine training of trainers in team units and on-site technical support from Korean experts, and pilot project to test effectiveness and deliver the knowledge locally. This approach ensures capacity building through a combination of all the elements mentioned before. And recent results are quite promising, so we are analyzing and disseminating the model further. So by far, we've developed 8 categories of courses under the Lee Jong-wook Fellowship Program. First course is a training course for health professional education, cultivating specialists in medical education field. Second is health policy administrators course, enhancing governance capacity of partner countries. And third is improving clinical skills for quality service deliveries in health. And we also have biomedical engineers, we call them Avengers, training technical personnel in medical device maintenance. And we also have a leadership course for high-level officials, strengthening partnership and understanding of Korean systems and systems among other countries. We have a newly developed course called Health Financing and Economics, cultivating health finance policy specialists. And we all know the importance of disease response system. So we also have infectious disease specialist program to enhance capabilities in lab diagnosis, epidemiology, and clinical treatments. And another, the longest program of all the courses is graduate degree courses, offering advanced degrees in various health-related fields to strengthen academic and research capabilities in foundational studies in health. So this is how you can suggest the programs to offer. So in order to offer needs-based training package for each country, program proposal need to be submitted by each country's health authorities, for example, Ministry of Health. So we will provide a list of existing training courses to identify if a country has any suitable course willing to participate among them. And if a country has specific healthcare manpower development needs beyond the existing programs, there's also a field to fill in other courses to participate. So fellows can significantly impact their country's health systems after completing the courses. So first, identify health issues and preparing to find solutions before the program. And second, share and discuss their country's health system and status with other fellows, developing actionable items as plans during the program. And finally, apply training outcomes and collaborate with other KGA members in their countries and submit project proposals to support agencies and governments after the program. Designing an action plan involves three levels. The steps. First step is identifying. It's very similar to what the fellows prepare before the program. Determine the issue to be solved or improved. And second is planning stage. Outline detailed interventions with achievable and measurable indicators. And third is executing. Implement, monitor, and evaluate the project. So this is one of the notable activities last year, and it was a TOT program on strengthening first aid skills for primary healthcare providers in Vietnam. This activity focused on developing and implementing a comprehensive training framework and achieving significant improvements in first aid skills among primary healthcare workers. So you can see the detailed timeline and key achievements and that highlight the program's success and impact. It included developing a results chain framework, what we call it, to monitor the progress and evaluate outcomes effectively. This structured approach ensures that the training was impactful and sustainable, leading to lasting improvements in the healthcare system in their country. So you can see the project includes three main parts. First, plan, needs assessment, developing of teaching materials. And second, execute, actual training in target districts. And third is evaluate, analysis of the results in the research form. So this was a short-term mini project, but was well designed to be impactful and sustainable. The training material developed are now being used in 7 other districts as a standard material. And also the result is well documented and analyzed. So it has been submitted in a peer-reviewed international journal, BMC Medical Education. and waiting for the final approval for publishing. So I think some of you are involved in this project. So one of our success stories is in improvement of national EMS system in Uganda. The project involved capacity building through fellowship programs, infrastructure support in EMS, and outreach activities by KGA alumni members. The strategic selection of focal persons to be trained and international knowledge sharing have significantly enhanced Uganda's EMS system, benefiting both the country and the whole region. Team members of this activity is here with us today. They will share their contribution with us later in session 2. And another notable success is dissemination of advanced surgical technologies in West Africa by Team Ghana. Fellows from Ghana were trained in Korea and subsequently established laparoscopy, endoscopy, and telemedicine centers in their country. This collaboration improved surgical capabilities and healthcare outcomes in that region. The program successfully transferred skills to other local hospitals and established sustainable training centers in other hospitals as well. Leader of this team is also presenting later today, so please stay tuned. The president of KGA Ghana chapter, Dr. Ralph Arma. And I was working in Ghana for 3 years, since 2018 to 2021, and visiting other hospitals and giving consultations and trainings with the team were one of the best experiences I had in Ghana. So we also have a case from Ethiopia. From 2015 to 2020, Kofi facilitated 6 cardiac surgery and 2 interventional cardiology training sessions in Ethiopia with Seoul National University. And this led to the establishment of a local pediatric cardiac surgery team capable of performing operations independently. Despite the COVID-19 pandemic, online training materials were developed to continue the training process. And we are now developing a sandwich program designed to certify fellows as specialists, ensuring the sustainability and growth of this critical healthcare capacity. So following my presentation, Professor Kim Ung-an, father of this program, will present his team's contribution in global health more in detail. So next is about biomedical engineering system. Since 2016, we have conducted human resource mapping to identify gaps in national biomedical engineering systems. Through invitational and local training programs, we have built the capacity of biomedical engineers in countries like Laos, Ethiopia, Ghana, and Tanzania. This has led to the development of multi-year bilateral cooperation projects co-developed by our fellows, the Ministry of Health in respective countries, and Kofi. So in the later session as well, leaders of these teams in Tanzania and Ethiopia, Engineer Suniva and Engineer Brutespa, if I pronounce correctly, will also present detailed stories about this intervention. And last but not the least, Kofi has supported clinical experts in Tanzania to improve healthcare services, particularly in emergency medical and obstetric services. Initiatives include the launching sonography training programs, starting a pain clinic, and publishing research in international journals. Training seminars and on-site training have successfully improved local capabilities, demonstrating significant improvements in healthcare quality in local hospitals. Chairman of our partner organization, Muhimbili National Hospital, is also here with us. And we are very honored to have her listening to our alumni's contributions. So thank you very much for your attention.
Okay, thank you, Hae-jin, for your excellent overview of all those capacity building programs that COFI offers, you'll be surprised that the huge, kind of capacity building programs, because capacity building is one of the major mandates of, leading to the birth of this COFI. And the programs cover not only clinical but also policy works, and in the clinical works from primary care, specialist care, biomedical engineering, all quite, different types of, and she also showed a huge impact that these capacity building programs brought back to your own country. So next speaker is Professor Eung-han Kim from the School of Medicine of Seoul National University. He will give a presentation based on his experience of a capacity building of cardiac surgery. Professor.
Thank you. Everybody, welcome Korea. During stay in Korea, I also you enjoy Korean culture and Korean food. My lecture is related surgical capacity building. So the topic is capacity building after post-pandemic area. So it is a very hot topic and very difficult for me. I'm surgeon. I'm simple man. So I wanted to share my experience about this area. So I started African program 9 years ago due to COPI suggested me, and I initiated some program related to Africa 9 years ago. After that, each time I visit Africa, Africa give me inspiration. Always give me inspiration. So more and more, I like Africa. So my program related to Africa is more and deepening, more and spread. So I wanted to more programs should be done in Africa. So anyway, Korean and African countries have to go together. So this is a big initiation, motivation. So I observe. So post-pandemic is not simple subject, very difficult. So my way to overcome and preparing next pandemic is, my personal opinion is we have to capacity building of infrastructure of medicine. And I have to do capacity building infrastructure of public health. That is my opinion. Each time I'm meeting the Minister of Health of Korea, I suggest infrastructure strengthening. That is the answer. In the history of human being, human cannot overcome virus, cannot win. Always virus themselves regression and weakening and finishing. So not easy problem. So I wanted to continue capacity building of each country. For that, during past years, there is a remarkable gain in public health. So all parameters, you can see, fatal deaths, child dying, hunger, and everything. Immunization, everything is improved the past 15 years. But concern is the progress is not uniform. And during COVID-19, there is a chance for me to visit Africa. And also during COVID-19, there is a chance for me visiting New York. I deeply feel health inequity. In New York, in street, there is a pre-vaccination. But people do not want vaccination. In Africa, there is no vaccine. How you can solve this problem? Who can solve this problem? Health inequity. So one of the big burden of disease in the human being now is the mortality and morbidity related common condition needing surgery increased with the time, especially in the poorest region. Appendicitis is the most simple disease, but without surgery, patient die. Hernia, fracture, that is common, but if not right corrected, the patient become disabled man, not die. It is a problem. We have to support properly. The people can something to do to national health and health economic state. But he become disabled man, the government support lifelong. Big difference. How can solve this problem? Fracture is very common, and the obstetric labor, it is inevitable. And the congenital many, it is also fixed rate, and the cancer increased. Surgical care have fallen behind in low and middle income country. So it is a report of Lancet, and about 10 years ago. The 11% of global disease burden can be treated by surgery. What do you think about that? 11% big or small? I think it is big because we can right now we can do. So we have to do just what we can do right now. It's big. We can do right now. We solve the global burden of disease. Only 234 million surgery annually. Only few countries. It is reported Lancet 10 years ago. At that time, the population of whom is 6 billion. Among 6 billion, 5 billion no basic access to surgical care. What do you have to do? Only 3.5 of surgical processing are done in low and middle income countries. You have to point this: 19 injury deaths in low income countries. We can save these lives. We have to do. That is my point. So issue related to surgical program. I ask you about you. Do you have a hearing about the surgical program related to international public health? There is the surgical capacity building program is rare in international public health. The issue is common dogma. Surgery is expensive and not cost effective. And for surgery, trained medical person is needed. And the surgery is not basic needed. I met many specialists related to international public health. They never talking about surgery program. Even they do not want to talking about that. Uncomfortable truth. So it is an article published in Western countries. Surgery is cost effective. It is true. You can daily neglected tropical disease cost and for decrease daily $2.9 US. Vaccine is very cheap. For decrease $1, $5 US. Basic surgical service is very cheap, not expensive. As you expected, AIDS treatment is very expensive. Basic surgical treatment is not expensive. In Korean history, there is 500 of history of Lee dynasty. At that time, there was a king in Korea. The most common cause of death in king is sepsis. Because of poor hygiene, infection is very common. And abscess pocket and sepsis, that is the cause. Surgery is very simple. Incision, drainage, pus. Simple procedure can treatment. So basic surgery is not equipment, it's just a mess, knife, suture material, that's all for simple surgery. Not expensive, that is my point. So now it is a report of UN. The burden. At that time, Millennium Development Goal, for 2000 to 2015, the UN established a Millennium Development Goal. After that, UN wanted to post the NDG. At that, they study what is the most big burden of middle and low-income country. At that time, UN reported most big burden of middle and low-income countries. Number one is cancer. The population cancer is increased, and the road traffic injuries increased. and cardiovascular disease rapidly increasing. And another one is and NCD, metabolic disease, hypertension and diabetes. So this is a big issue. At about 10 years ago in UN analysis. So this for 1, 2, 3, it is the role of surgery is very important. So at that time, they reported the need for surgical surveillance will continue to rise in public health sector internationally. So middle and long country reduction of deaths and disability, we need access to surgical and anesthetic care. The requirement is available, affordable, timely, safe. It is established by UN about 10 years ago. What happened during past 10 years? It's a report of Lancet. You can see this is accessibility of surgery. In the world, the easy accessible surgery is only limited country. North America, American and Canada, and European some country, and Australia, New Zealand, Korea, and Japan. Only few countries easy access to surgery. Most Asia, African countries cannot access surgical medical care. This report is about 10 years ago, report of Lancet. What have to do? So it is also 10 years ago report of UN. At that time, there is what is the GDP growth, national GDP related health, the analysis, and post MDG, 2015, 2030. 10 years ago, they published the most big burden and the GDP growth related health is number 1 and number 2 is injury and cancer. So there is, as you know, there is a mother and child health, and that is just increasing, but portion is small. It is continuously increasing. Most big burden is injury and cancer. The International Public Health Organization focusing this issue. The International Public Health did it during past 10 years. In 2010, at that time, the loss from condition needed surgical care. At that about 14 years ago, at that time, 1/3 of deaths and worldwide is no surgical service. Cause of death is non-surgery, cannot access surgical ability. 1/3 of human beings died because of cannot access operation, surgical service. So far, most big issue in international public health is AIDS, tuberculosis, malaria. Still, the DALI is related, death is 1.4 billion, tuberculosis 1.2 billion, malaria 1.2 billion. It is a big issue so far, public health sector. But the surgery-related death is 77 million DALI. So combined all this is a big difference. International public health focusing this AIDS, tuberculosis, malaria, but little attention to surgery program. So this is a report of Lancet. So UNICEF, WHO, and the World Bank, WHI, it is an international organization for public health. This analyzes their report. What they do? Most common is child health. Second, AIDS. Third, tuberculosis. And the next, patient transport. Next, mental health. And malaria, maternal health. But as we're talking about surgery, nothing to do. Why? International public health do not what to do, they have to do. They did not what they have to do. Why? WHO know the importance of surgery, so they said essential surgery. Surgery is an essential part of public health sector. But WHO nothing to do related. They know why. Why they did not this program related to surgery? So Lancet, about 10 years ago, nearly 10 years ago, Lancet published the article, journal related to public health. At that time, Lancet said, what is the most big issue in public health sector? They reported. At that time, 10 years ago, human beings, 6 million, among 6 million, 5 million people do not have access to safe, affordable surgical and anesthetic care when needed. So access is worse in low-income country and the low middle-income country, where 9 of 10 people cannot access basic surgical care. They die. He is a Korean American, Jin Kim. He's a former president of World Bank. He said, surgery is an indivisible, indispensable part of healthcare and can help millions of people lead a healthier, more productive life. It is true. He is a Paul Palmer. He is a specialist in the internal medicine related infection. And he is one of the big giant opinion leader related international public health. His internal medicine, he organized the global surgery program in Harvard University. Because he is a long time, he has focusing age management in IT area. So from his medical student. So in several years, he take care of many patients in IT-related AIDS, and some patients recover from AIDS. At the next visit, after the patient cured the AIDS, at the next year he visited IT, the patient died due to appendicitis. He focused on difficult disease, but simple surgical condition cause of death, patient. So he changed his mind. He emphasized health inequity. So he organized the global surgery program in Harvard University. He is a great opinion leader. 2 years ago, he died. Some NGO activity in Africa. In Africa, he experienced angina pain and died. Ischemic disease of myocardium. If he was living in America, he will survive. But in Africa, there is nothing to do in angina condition. So it is a health inequity. He emphasized that we have an opportunity to turn surgery from the neglected stepchild of global public health to a centerpiece of a national health system, averting millions of deaths and disability along the way. His message. So his death is a great loss in aspect of a public health sector, international. So my point is AIDS, malaria, tuberculosis burden is this amount. But global fund annually more than $4 billion this paid this program. But burden of surgical disease big, but there's nothing to do. Why? We have to think it together. So, global surgery program, this is a terminology organized by Lancet. They emphasized the importance of surgery program in international public health. So we have to do. Who will do? Lancet opinion leader continues to emphasize related the importance of surgery program in global health continuously. And he is opinion leader, so the terminology he organized global surgery. This terminology created by Lancet. So I'm director of JW Center for Global Medicine of Seoul National University. So during past 25 years, I'm focusing the surgery program internationally. In Asian country, we had Mongolia and Laos, Kyrgyzstan, Uzbekistan, and Nepal. I did a global surgery program in here. And Africa global surgery program was done in Ethiopia and Cote d'Ivoire. So not easy for me, as you expected. The surgery program is very difficult. Education takes time, and for successful implementation of surgery program need a facility and education. Education needs a long time. Education needed, and the supporting is needed. So only ODA program can possible this program. So my program is on-site training. It is very important. Visiting and initiation, diagnosis, and the treatment and education. And selection of like the JW I종욱펠로우십 program, invite to select on the trainee selection and interview and focus, because one of the big issues is brain drain after education. That is a big issue. So I interview and looking for the who wanted to change Africa. It is my mission for selection of looking for doctor, nurse, and the specialist of public health who dedicate his life for Africa. Not easy. And the lecture and seminar, and there is stimulus the medical person in Africa. That is only lecture and seminar, and what happening outside, and give a mission for them. So another is visiting, another is invitation training program. That is I initiation this program in Africa in Kopi. So and the inviting and the clinical lecture series. It is very important. Without they see the system of how running the system, they cannot do nothing. So the invitation is very important. Inviting and they see what system is running in Korea. After that, benchmarking. Without that, their purpose is not precise. When inviting and see the real practical area, that is initiation. What do they have to do? They are thinking about that. And I always inviting team. Team means doctor included cardiac surgeon, anesthesiologist, cardiologist, and ICU specialist, and ICU nurse, and operating nurse, and the ward nurse as a team. During stay in Korea, several months they talking themselves. What have to do after you return? That is very important. Team building is an essential part. And famous African, if you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. That is team building is very important. One person cannot do change, but one team can slowly change. They encourage each other, and their lifelong mission can do. So team building is very important. For team building, only inviting team is only possible. So another is a cultural exchange. So cultural exchange is and Korean as the culture is many things similar culture in Africa. That is important. And during COVID-19, we do many things. With the far distance education we can do. So during COVID-19, we established this program for education program, far distance, internet, and education program, and the learning management system by internet system. So in lecture, continuous and clinical topics. It is an advanced course. And we video, and with the video we can do education with the operation. So this system is established during COVID-19. So 2015, I first initiation and capacity building program for surgery in Ethiopia. So at that time, I did 10 operations. So education and medical person and the initiation to the copy program. So at that time, for cardiac surgery program, 315 materials needed, consumable material and machine that is needed for cardiac program. So at that time, I bring 300 items for operation. And as you see, all package, there is nothing in Ethiopia. So all consumable material, instrument bring and initiation. At that time, when I before visiting, I evaluation assessment of need assessment in Ethiopia, and I meet the professor of Addis Ababa University. They say to me, so many doctors, so many nurses visiting Ethiopia, and they do something, but they never education. The professor of Addis Ababa said to me, they want to education, but nobody teaching. They did visiting Ethiopia and do something, but nobody education. So at that time I decided, I have no money, but education need enough money, so I can start. So that is the initial point. So continuous, I did this program annually. It's sometimes I assist him. You can do, and assist and lecture and echo education, and year by year I did this program. I had a clear purpose, but I think it take a long time. I think. But 5 years later, Twitter day Sunday, this first cardiac operation by only Ethiopian doctor and nurse. They did. Yes. I was surprised at that time. It is during COVID-19. I find that this photo in Twitter. It is amazing for me. It is amazing for me. They can do. I didn't expect it within a short time, but they did. So I started the cardiac surgery program. That is for cardiac surgery program. It is a very updated technique. So for that, advancing the standard of diagnostic laboratory established, and anesthesia is the essential part, and the facility of operating room should be established. And operating facility improvement and ICU. The essential ICU is intensive care is essential part of cardiac surgery. So for ICU setting, we had education nurse of ICU and the facility of ICU. And all after that, capacity building, ICU doctor and nurse together. So if this system it is essential for cardiac surgery program. If this program setting at that hospital can do all operation can do in this operating room. All patients in take care in ICU that possible. That is my purpose. So and another thing is when I meet in Ethiopia, I meet the officer of Minister of Health of Ethiopia. I said, for successful this program, the government support the essential. The government office said to me, cardiac surgery is one agenda of government of Ethiopia. They promised. So I started. So government support this program. So that is an essential part of this program. So when ICU, anesthesiologists, ORs, and the staff capacity improved, hospital overhaul capacity generally next. It is just upgrade medical infrastructure. It is a sustainable cardiac surgery program pulling other department development. So continue this program so far, and 2 months later I visit Ethiopia again. So global surgery program is a very important issue in American university. So many universities are interested in global surgery program. Recently, the global cardiac surgery capacity development textbook was established in Harvard University. They requested me about sharing your experience. So I participate in this textbook, and I write about our experiment about that. So I'm professor, and I believe the power of education. Only we can change the world with education. So if education, anybody can do. Everybody can do surgery. Many people thinking surgery is not easy, not successful. It is very difficult, but we can change with education. So that is why 이종욱펠로우십 program. So I also thank you for copy, and anyway, we have to go together by education. We can change the world. So I'm very happy to be here, and they give me talking about this issue. So I also enjoy Korea during stay. Thank you.
Okay, thanks a lot, Professor Kim, for sharing the experience of capacity building of cardiac surgery around the world. Actually, and he also emphasized that essential surgery is very cost-effective, and we all agree. Actually, probably we heard about a very influential publication by the World Bank and some expert groups. It's called Disease Control Priorities. It is the latest volume was published about 7 or 8 years ago. But there are 9 sub-volumes in those big. It basically is the essential package in healthcare. But first volume is essential surgery. So that we should work harder to emphasize that essential surgery. Probably we are not talking about very discretionary surgery part, but very basic and essential surgery is very cost-effective interventions for healthcare. Okay, I'd like to invite the third presenter. She's from that. It's Afri Health. It's African Forum for Research and Education in Health. So I'd like to invite Dr. Elsie Kiguli Malwadi to share her experience.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much for inviting me for this very important day. It's my pleasure to be here in Korea for the second time. I was here like 15 years ago, and I can see amazing progress in Korea, in South Korea. I'm from the African Forum for Research and Education in Health. And I'm going to tell you about the post-pandemic training experience for our organization. So I'll tell you about Afri Health, what it is, what we do, our training experience, and specifically tell you about strengthening interprofessional education for HIV and COVID-19. And this is a program we have run since 2019 and has been greatly successful. And also what we are focusing on and what the way forward for us is. I'm really excited about what COFI is doing, and I can see the similarities of our mission and vision. So it's really exciting for me to share, and I'm hopeful that we will collaborate further after this. So Afri Health came out of two projects, the Medical Education Partnership Initiative and Nursing Education Partnership Initiative. These programs were sponsored by PEPFAR, and ran for 5 years. And after that, we realized that we had gained a lot out of south to south and north-south collaboration. So we decided to form this organization to make sure that we continue with the gains out of this program. So it was formed in 2016. It is an interprofessional organization, and we collaborate across the whole of Africa, and also we have global collaboration. So this map shows the countries that we are working with, and we hope that by the end of this year, we'll have been able to work with those other countries as well. So it is a Pan-African network. So we have aligned our vision with the African Union Commission vision, which says an integrated, prosperous, and peaceful Africa driven by its own citizens, representing a dynamic force in the international arena. And we think it's really important. This is we believe that this vision is very important for Africa if we are to move forward. So our organization aligned our vision with that. So our vision is to be a responsive and leading African forum in pursuit of excellence in health professions, education, research, and service provision. And we are doing this through partnerships and collaboration, networking, advocacy, resource mobilization, strategic communication, sharing best practices, and capacity building. So we are one of the largest interprofessional multidisciplinary organizations in Africa. And we have individual members as well as institutional members. Our members are all health practitioners, including medical doctors, nurses, midwives, pharmacists, dentists, name it. You can be a member, and of course researchers. And we partner with the institutions and teaching institutions and research institutions, policymakers, as well as international and global institutions to improve the health outcomes of Africa. And we are doing this through research. We do cross-country research, capacity building. I'm going to tell you more about that. And we generate knowledge and share it, and we learn from each other. And we want to advocate for better health outcomes for our region. And we also conduct interprofessional student exchanges so that the students can learn across our region and learn from each other. So we are working towards a responsive health workforce, providing relevant, high-quality, evidence-based health care in Africa. So we have several programs that we have been running since 2016. And when COVID came in, we were even further motivated to ensure that we worked harder together in our region to make sure that we improve our health outcomes. One of the programs is strengthening interprofessional HIV and COVID-19 training in our region, and I'll tell you a little more about that. We ran a James Hakim Leadership Development Program. This James Hakim was one of the founders of our organization, a professor of medicine in Zimbabwe who died of COVID, so we named this program after him. We have the Interprofessional Virtual Student Elective Program. We had started this program before COVID as a face-to-face program, but because of COVID, we turned it into a virtual program, and it has been quite successful and also has saved us a lot of funds. We have Project ECHO. I'll tell you a little more about that as well. We have, with the Africa CDC, we are running a program for research on vaccine effectiveness in Africa in 14 countries. And we also provide small grants to support training programs and research in health professions education. So most of our work so far excuse me, has been supported by the National Institute of Health that gave us a grant to develop the organization. And we are doing professional skills development, knowledge sharing, and we really value the issue of interprofessional education and developing teams, as Professor Kim talked about before. So we have the strengthening interprofessional HIV COVID program, and also the PROVE program, which is sponsored by Africa CDC MasterCard Foundation, which is being implemented in 14 African countries to improve COVID-19 vaccine effectiveness. And we are working with the Infectious Disease Institute of Makerere University in Uganda. So collaboration and networking is very important for us at AfriHealth. We also have Project ECHO. We have partnered with the University of New Mexico to establish and operate an ECHO higher education virtual community practice learning hubs. So across the health professions, education institutions, so that we can learn from each other and work together to improve health professions education in our region. So we've evaluated some of our programs, the capacity building programs. We've trained 68 fellows using the James Hakim Leadership Development Program, because we really it's important for us to have leaders that can lead our programs in the region. We've trained almost 500 people in scientific writing. We've also trained 92 in grants writing, because it's important if we are to continue doing research, we must have the funds to run the programs, and so we need to be able to write grants to get funding. We've also supported 31 early career scientists to engage with global scientists. This is also an area I'm sure we can collaborate with the Kofi and South Korea on. We do the student exchange programs that I've told you about. We've had 125 students participating from 13 institutions in 9 African countries. We're looking at the health workforce. We are using a lot of virtual learning since COVID, because we realize that the world can come to a standstill like what happened during COVID, but then learning continues. When COVID-19 came in, we were all novices at this. There was hardly anybody who had treated the cases, who really knew how it was spread. So we really needed to train a large number of people in the region. So we created a learning management system that is in English, French, and Portuguese, so that we can reach most people in our region. And on this learning management system, we have 20 courses on HIV and COVID-19. Those are learning modules. And then we also have a specific course on COVID-19 for health workers in the LMICs. For the strengthening interprofessional HIV and COVID-19 program, we've trained over almost 14,000 health professionals. That includes medical doctors, nurses, pharmacists, allied health scientists. And we use a team-based approach so that they learn together and they can work collaboratively. And these are from 145 partner institutions and governments. And we also train the facilitators that facilitate this program, because it's a case-based program. We have new programs that we've started in 2024. We have one on nursing leadership training. We know that nurses make up the largest percentage of healthcare workers globally and also regionally, but they need leadership skills. So we've started that program. It started in May, and it is virtual, and it is actually oversubscribed. We get very many people applying for these programs, but because of limited funding, we can only take a few. This year, we've also started a program on pedagogical course for health professions educators, similar to what coffee is doing, because most times we get appointed. I was an associate professor of radiology at Makerere University. When I was appointed, I was a good radiologist, yes, but not a good teacher. Nobody had ever trained me on how to teach, how people learn, and all those things that actually teachers are trained at before they join the teaching profession. So you find that being a good radiologist or a good surgeon may not make you a good lecturer. So we are giving this training to people in their early career in training in institutions, so that they can have that background, that exposure, and they train better. This is also a course that actually is also oversubscribed. We find that very many people are applying for these courses that we have developed. So our program on strengthening interprofessional health professions education for HIV and COVID-19 in Africa started in 2019. And we aimed at strengthening pre-service training institutions across Africa to produce the next generation of healthcare workers that can deliver high-quality team-based HIV care. So we are emphasizing quality and bridging that health professions education to practice in a team-based care approach, because many times we are trained in silos as doctors, as nurses, as pharmacists, and then when we go out to practice, we are expected to work together as a team. So it does not come naturally, and so that's why we are using a team-based care approach to ensure that we have collaborative practice. So our emphasis is building institutional capacity for health professions education excellence using that team-based approach. Then we also look at the health profession educators to capacitate them to facilitate these programs and improve and ensure quality improvement in pre-service HIV training, and also make sure that the next generation of professionals can deliver quality, person-centered HIV care with the effective interprofessional approach. So we started the first phase. We had to develop the curriculum and submit this proposal to NIH, and then we trained the trainers and started the implementation. As we were beginning to implement using a face-to-face approach, then COVID struck, and we had to innovate and change our approach and use the learning management system to continue with this training and make it virtual. So most of it is now virtual, using a team-based approach, using our learning management system, and making sure that we learn together. So now it is continuing mainly virtual. And we have also, so that is a team that developed the curriculum. I was the chair of that group, and we had an expert panel from all over our region. It was interprofessional, and a few experts from the University of California in the USA. So we developed 18 modules on HIV and COVID-19, as I said, in a case-based format, and we are emphasizing interprofessional collaborative practice and improving quality in our region. These modules were optimized for 2-day workshops, but because of different circumstances, we let people use them as they feel best. Sometimes they do workshops in 2 days, sometimes they do the workshops over many weeks. And so we we have partners. We work together through the workshops, and we have what we call AfriHealth ambassadors from our region and also from University of California, San Francisco, where some of these go and visit the places where the training is taking place to ensure that the quality is good and is the same. So at the beginning, we had 70 training institutions in 14 countries that participated, and 1,006 clinical sites in our region. And we trained over 5,000 learners with 550 facilitators. And the learners, the professionals were, some of them, 33% were medical doctors, 38% nurses and midwives. We have 10% laboratory science and pharmacists, and others even from social workers. And 60% of them were pre-service students, with 40% being postgraduate providers. And the COVID-19 course came in really handy because we needed to train people up with speed to make sure that they get the techniques and the know-how of treating the COVID patients. So we've looked at what our learners say, and they said there's improvement in HIV knowledge. One person from, a medical student from South Africa said, I think the course was excellently structured. It forced the different sectors to work together to solve issues, which also exposed various knowledge gaps within those sectors. So they are working together and improving interprofessional collaboration. There was improvement in learner confidence and also improvement and greater awareness on interprofessional collaboration. So we are investing in making sure that the facilitators are also well equipped to facilitate these programs. So we have partnered with University of Stellenbosch in South Africa to lead the training of the facilitators. And we can see that this, although this course has been on HIV and COVID, it can actually be, the model can be used for other issues like non-communicable diseases. So it's just a matter of developing the modules and then using the team-based interprofessional approach. So we've had some publications out of this program, and they can be accessed. Some of them are up there. So we are very proud of our learning management system. If you go to the AfriHealth website and look at it, those courses are there. And for those people from Ghana, Tanzania, and Ethiopia, if you've not heard about this program, I would like to welcome you to join, because there are benefits for us working together. So those are our partners. We've worked with the UCSF and PEPFAR to implement these programs. And we've learned some key lessons, that partnership is important. We have great leadership potential within our region, and this program could be scaled up quickly if we collaborate. And also that online and remote learning, although it has its challenges, is also a good way to approach training. And of course, we have worked across a lot of networks and across countries, which is important. So for now and the future, we are continuing to make sure that we develop more programs. We are enhancing health professions education in the region. We conduct an annual symposium every year in a different part of, in different countries, to make sure that more and more people attend and present their work. We are expanding the membership of AfriHealth and strengthening our secretariat and governing system. Our secretariat actually is based in Kumasi in Ghana at the University of Science and Technology. So we are looking for strategic priorities. Africa Health is growing, and our desire is to impact the continent and also globally in health professions, education, research, and service. And we are aiming at improving partnerships and collaborations, those existing ones and new ones. And I'm sure from this meeting we'll have some new ones that we can enhance. And already I can see coffee people nodding, so I'm sure after this we are going to work more closely with the coffee. So we would like to establish strategic partnerships within Africa and international organizations. And as I said, every year we hold a symposium, and I would like to invite you to our symposium, which is going to be in Nairobi, 6th to 8th August. And our theme is Progress Towards SDGs in Africa, Celebrating Milestones and Overcoming Challenges. So please, if you can make it, you are welcome to that conference. And the proverb that professors talked about, Africa, we look at, if you want to go fast, you go alone. If you want to go far, go together. And we added on leaving no one behind. So we want all to go far together. So thank you very much. If you need more information on AfriHealth, that is our website. We value networks, we value collaboration. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, LJ, for the excellent presentation on the experience of African Forum for Research and Education and Collaboration across African countries. Unfortunately, I think we don't have time for comments and questions, but if you have a really burning question, comment such that if you don't have it, you cannot sleep tonight. I'll allow just one. Okay, it seems that you don't want to sacrifice your time for lunch, okay? And then I think that the message from both the second and third presenters is very clear. We should go together, right? And go far, and collaborations, partnerships to achieve the goal. I think the goal is very clear. Better health, and not only the better health for average population, but better and more equitable health of Africa and of the globe. So I think you can wrap up. I hope we all enjoy your lunch, and see you in the afternoon session. Thank you.
Thank you very much, all the presenters, for the excellent and informative presentations and your insights. They were indeed interesting and insightful, adding valuable insights into advancing capacity building experience and knowledge in the post-pandemic era. And this officially marks the end of session 1. So the luncheon will begin now and will last for about an hour and 20 minutes. For those who have RSVP'd before, please remain seated and the lunch will be served. And if you applied for a vegan lunch menu, there's a little green sign in the back of your name tag. So please place that green sign on your table so that the relevant and the correct menu is served for you. However, unfortunately, for those who have not RSVP'd before, you'll have to have lunch elsewhere and come back for session 2. After the luncheon, the second session will begin at 1:30 p.m. sharp in the same meeting room right here. So have a great lunch, and I ask for your generous cooperation to be seated by 1:20 p.m. Thank you. Enjoy your lunch. Welcome back, everyone. Hope you had a great break during lunch. Did you enjoy the food that the host has prepared? Thank you. I also was graciously able to eat the food as well. Oh, the braised beef was so tasty. I could eat it maybe 10x, 10 times more than the actual serving for myself. I hope you had a great lunch as well. And without further ado, let's get on to the second session that we have in store today. The title of session 2 is The Future of International Cooperation in the Health Sector, Experience Sharing Through TOT Activities. And for this session, we're going to have Professor Kim Hoon from Inje International Development Cooperation Center as our great moderator. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome him with a big round of applause.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Hope you had a great lunch. And after great lunch, it must be very sleepy time. But hope you pay attention and focus on the great presentation, which was prepared by our great alumni of Dr. Lee Fellowship Program. My name is Kim Hoon, and I'm in charge of International Development Cooperation Center in Inje University, and also working as an emergency physician in our hospital. And it was my great privilege that I've been engaged in this program, Dr. Lee Fellowship Program, since 2012. And it's my also great honor that I have more than 100 alumni all over the world, including our great fellows for 2024 here, representing Ghana and Ethiopia. And also my privilege to be a moderator of session 2. And now we begin the session 2 of this commemorative forum. We had experienced a pandemic, COVID-19. And through the session 1, we have learned that many factors we should consider regarding global cooperation in health sector. The same goes for the capacity building of healthcare workforce. In the previous session, there was presentations about strategy, experience, and insight for post-pandemic era. And session 2 is to delve into the ways of outreach for healthcare capacity building through TOT trainings. There will be 4 presentations in this session. Presentation will be delivered by 4 Dr. Lee Fellowship alumni representing 4 partner countries. And 1 topic is about their activities, and 2 topics about engineering, biomedical engineering, and their TOT activities. And lastly, there will be very interesting, because I'm an emergency physician, and I'm also interested in trauma care. There's a very great initiative from Uganda, so it will be very interesting. So please enjoy the session 2. It's my honor to introduce first presenter, who is alumni of 2018, Dr. Lee Fellowship from Ghana, director of Greater Accra Regional Hospital, also known as Leach Hospital. He will share Ghana's clinical outreach experience. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Ralph Alma.
Good afternoon. Kesu Kim Hoon, thank you very much for the kind words. So my name is Dr. Ralph Alma. I am a clinical expert fellow of the Lee Fellowship Program. I was in Busan National University, Yangsan, from October 2017 to April 2018. I'm also currently the medical director of the 5th largest hospital in Ghana, which is the Greater Accra Regional Hospital. The Korea Foundation for International Health Global Alumni, the Ghana chapter, was inaugurated on the 17th of November 2021. And since then, we've been engaged in a lot of activities. We currently have 5 groups: the clinical expert group, the biomedical engineering group, the financial group, the infectious disease group, and the policy and planning group. So we have 5 now. We started with 3. So we have various activities that we are engaged in, but I need to focus on only our clinical outreaches. The clinical outreaches are two-pronged. So the first part is where we have a blood donation drive. The aim of the blood donation drive is to forestall mortality associated with hemorrhages, especially maternal mortality, and then mortalities from orthopedics and pediatric age group. The second one is to screen people from deprived areas, and then for those who need surgical interventions, we do operate on them. So this is our goal for the clinical outreaches: to improve healthcare access to deprived communities, and also to reduce bleeding mortalities or hemorrhage-related mortalities within our hospitals. For the programs that we've done for the last 3 years, the beneficiaries have been people from deprived and in rural areas, prison inmates, the recent flood victims in the Lower Volta region, accident victims, pregnant women, and children. The places where we've had these outreaches have been Jamestown. Jamestown is a deprived area within Accra. Then there's the Nsawa medium security prisons. Then there's Ada. Ada is part of the Lower Volta Basin, where close to a year ago, there was some flooding. Then we used schools, hospitals, and then churches for the mobilization of the blood. So this is Jamestown. It's a place where I used to play when I was a child. We used to play football around here. So this was our first clinical outreach that we did, 2021, 2022. Then we went to some, but because it's a medium security place, we don't have pictures of the work that we did in there. But this was donation of food and drugs to the inmates of the facility. Then this is the Ada Hospital. So this is first the medical screening that we do. So we just treat everybody that comes to the place, and then we segregate the patients into those that need surgical intervention. We have a very strong ophthalmology group that is trying to prevent blindness by cataract. So this picture you see here, this picture you see here is an adaptation. We adapted their recovery ward area because of the sheer numbers this year. And so these are the patients lying there having cataract surgery. So they take the opaque lens out and replace it with one that would be able to help them. For the blood donation exercises, we tend to use schools and churches. And this church has been one of our favorite places that we tend to go to because they seem to understand the concept. And these are students who usually come there to donate to help the work that we are doing. We have an all-boys school as well that we tend to go to, which is St. Thomas Aquinas, which is close to our hospital. So once all of this is done, we usually would have a presentation with our country director, and then the various hospitals come and take their blood away, and then that's done. So this is Dr. Maminya Akwa. She is the director of the biggest children's hospital in our country. And so we tend to donate majority of the blood to that hospital to prevent under 5 mortality from bleeds. So there's myself, and that's one of our alumni who's a blood coordinator. So this just shows the statistics of our work over the 3-year period. What you see as 2021, most of our activities start later part of the year, so October, November, December, and usually eats into the next year. So what you see as 2021 is technically 2021 to 2022. 2022 is actually 2022 into 2023, and 2023 is actually 2023 into 2024. So for the blood donation exercise, we were able to just get 68 units of blood, and for that year, 2021, 2022, and we shared it between the Greater Accra Regional Hospital, where I'm the current director, and then the biggest children's hospital in Ghana. The subsequent year, we were able to get 520 donated units of blood, and we split it among the top 5 biggest hospitals in the country. Kolebu Teaching Hospital had 100. The Cape Coast Teaching Hospital had 120, and then the Greater Accra Regional Hospital had 300. And then this year, we had 527. We gave 100 of the units to the Children's Hospital. The Greater Accra Regional Hospital took 200, and we gave the rest to the National Blood Bank to keep for any other hospital that would be in need. So the second prong is where we do the clinical outreach. For the first year when we went to Jamestown, we saw 551 cases, treated them, and you usually segregate them into children and adults. The second year, we went to the prisons, the biggest prisons in Ghana. So we saw 389 of the inmates, including 10 of the officers who were wardens. We had 314 of them treated, and we had 75 surgeries. And this year, we went to the flood-prone area. We saw 391 cases, treated 292, and had 99 surgeries. So in all, over the 3-year period since the inauguration of the alumni, we've been able to get 1,115 units of blood to be distributed between these 4 hospitals and the National Blood Bank. But then for the clinical outreach so far, we've seen 1,331 and done 174 surgeries, both ophthalmological, general surgery, gynae, and orthopedics. What have been our challenges? Our challenges has basically been the funding and the budgetary restrictions, because usually when we go out, the COFI alumni are in teams. So we have a team that is general surgery, we have a team that is gynae, we have an ophthalmological team, and then we have the orthopedic team. So sometimes we are forced to refer the cases to the centers where we are at, because we can't deal with all the cases at the place where we are having the outreach. The other thing is that by the time we get approval, we are very stuck up with the cases we have to do, because we have between usually November and March to finish everything. So our activities tend to be packed. Then we have a difficulty with submitting our report as in meeting the deadline, because of, for some of us, the position we occupy and the fact that we need a lot of time to collate the data and put everything together. The last thing, which will never go away, is the overwhelming health needs that our country has. For us, we are trying to focus on the deprived areas and those who are marginalized in society in an attempt to bring them up so that we'll be able to meet our SDG. The way forward. We think that we should maintain this high standard of measurable impact by calling for activities overview, whether it's 2 years or 5 years, because then you're able to assess how much COFI has put into the alumni, the activities they are doing, and then the way forward for the things that they are doing. The next thing for those of us who are doing these activities is to look forward beyond COFI, that whether COFI gives us funding or not, we as healthcare workers within our hospitals, within our countries, should be able to come up with programs that are sustainable long-term and not short-term and dependent on COFI. The next thing is to have a strategic plan for capacity building for the KGA activity. Because we are restricted by the number of slides, there are some things that I didn't put here, but if I'm permitted a minute to elaborate on. So currently, the COFI is helping us to establish laparoscopic centers around the country. My hospital is the lead. So the first thing is that they give us money to bring up a simulation center, and then you train. Once you train, you let them go out. So for Ghana now, we have what we call the anchor. For those of you who know Ghana, my hospital sits in the capital. So we've trained up north, Konfanochi Teaching Hospital, and then we've trained Tamale Teaching Hospital, which is on the straight axis. Then we go this way. There's one hospital to the east where I was for 10 years, which is the Volta Regional Hospital they call Trafalgar. And the other one is to the west, called Cape Coast. So once we have the anchor, we'll let the east take the east, the west take the west, and then the north take the north, and Kumasi stays in the center. So that is the anchor laparoscopic project that we have. The other thing we need to also do is that for those of us who have been trained, we've trained our other colleagues that we work with in the capacity building and knowledge sharing and skill acquisition project so that they will be able to come up. So for us in the Greater Accra Regional Hospital, we've been able to train over 50 of our colleagues to be able to take up from us when we are no more there, or we've been transferred from our institution. The other thing is that the KGA activities beyond the clinical work for now must be within the framework of the SDGs that everybody in the world is aiming at. In conclusion, I want to say that the KGA alumni represent this new wave of health workforce that is geared at improving access to healthcare in deprived and marginalized communities, whilst transferring skills and knowledge to other colleagues in the process, with an eye on key performance indicators that are related to maternal and under-5 mortality. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ralph Amoah, for a great presentation and for saving 5 minutes. I forgot to announce that at the end of the presentation, There will be a panel discussion, and we will share our insight, and maybe we can discuss about future direction of our cooperation. So please keep in mind, all presenters make it in time. Next presenter is from Tanzania, who is fellow of 2016 for biomedical engineering course. Engineer Suniba Har from Tanzania. Please welcome with warm applause.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, protocol is well observed. Good afternoon, everybody. Yeah, my name is Suniva Haule, a biomedical engineer from Tanzania Ministry of Health. I have so many things to present, but due to the time constraints, we have a very difficult time to sort which is best to present and which is not best. But I'm sure we'll bring a message what Tanzania have in this area of healthcare technical services. As you can read there, COMETS is an abbreviation of capacity enhancement of medical equipment technical services. We believe in health provision services without equipments, clinical interventions is not well equipped or will not be well equipped. So biomedical engineering is part of the health provision in Tanzania. KGA started in 2005 in Tanzania. While we were having no scheme of service in the country for biomedical engineering salary scale. So to start with, as you objectives of the healthcare technical services in the Ministry of Health in Tanzania, first is to improve management practice in health technology management of medical equipment, whereby COFI joined our efforts since then to conduct local trainings in Tanzania to capacitate new employees for local trainings and KGA training in Korea. Then, to strengthen the healthcare technical services practices, COFI also supports providing working tools during the COMETS training to make sure all trainees get basic maintenance working tools. The country had no working tools. This is the basic. As I said before, there were no engineers or technicians working in this field. Then the government started to employ. Unfortunately, there was a limited working infrastructures for those engineers. So COFI joined the effort to provide those equipments during training. B is beneficial, who are benefiting from our working. Citizens of the United Republic of Tanzania, public and private health workers, sick people within and outside of health facilities, also biomedical engineering cadre in the country. In Tanzania, we have something called a public-private partnership in health provision. So while you see here, these public and private also are saved through these COFI efforts to improve these healthcare technical services in the country. Here, activities of healthcare technical services at the ministerial level in the government. You can see this is the organogram of the Directorate of Healthcare Technical Diagnostics and Healthcare Technical Services. We have this department among of several departments from the Ministry of Health. So here I'll just go through to the diagnostics of health, diagnostics and healthcare technical services. And this is the new department since last year. So as I can say, COFI has a great impact in our activities in Tanzania lead to have this new department. Before it was only diagnostic department. Now it is called Diagnostics and Healthcare Technical Services Department, whereby biomedical engineers are in this department. Then we have these boards working with the diagnostic services in the Ministry of Health. And then we have these general departments within the, these are units within the department, and where healthcare technical services fall under this. Then we have criteria of our activities, as you can see. We have this, to distribute ourselves in these sections to make sure we well manage the activities throughout the country. And then this is not enough. We have the demand to stretch this more to make sure we cover the all activities of the Ministry of Health in the public and private sector in the country. Excuse me. These are some of the pictures of activities for the alumni from coffee training. This was at the Southern Highlands Hospitals in 2020. We had a start to make to have the comparisons of the urine analyzers in the country, because there was a great reflection of the results of the urine analysis. So we had to make this study to see where was the cause and to see if there's possibility to rectify if there are problems of these equipments. But our idea was coming first of the efficiency of the equipments, how equipments work. So we had to make this analysis to make sure which area exactly we should put our efforts to make those efficiency of the measurements of the urine. First was either the equipment functionality was not good, or workers, health workers, are not performing well in preparing those samples, storage of reagents, and other particulars for the urinalysis in the country. This is symbols to show the piles of equipments. Sometimes there was not broken, but you find a big pile of equipments. But when COVID came in, joined our effort, then these piles of broken equipments in the health facilities are reduced. I can say more than 60% of equipments are reduced. And we hope in 10 years to come, this will be not found anymore. Then we have the government policy on dispose of the equipments. So also was a factor of having these piles of the equipments. The policy is very long to make sure equipments are disposed. Even the practitioners of the equipment management was not there. Because now we have biomedical engineers, then policymakers also are well involved. Then we are coming, I'm sure, in the few time, disposal processes will be good and will be well equipped, then hospitals will be clean. There will be no unfunctional equipments lying in the stores or in the walkways around the hospitals. This was among of the activities of Coffee Global alumni last year. We are having two kinds of training. First is theoretical training, whereby these biomedical engineers sit down in one classroom, having this theoretical training, and then we are moving to the health centers or hospitals to make sure all equipments are maintained. There, we do this maintenance while training the use of equipments as well on proper use of the equipments. So these are examples of those pictures. So the main role is to regulate the healthcare technology for medical equipment management, then regulation of healthcare technical services practice policy. We have a motto mindset change in the health workers. Before, most of the clinical practitioners had no idea of maintenance of medical equipment in this country. So first of all, we have to make them aware of the importance of the maintenance interventions. So now we are still making this as a motto, mindset change, so that to make sure when equipment is breaking, should be maintained, and then to prevent equipment from breakdown, we should do planned preventive maintenance before the equipment failure. So through these regulations, we are making sure that each health facility are making budget for preventive maintenance for the equipment annual, and make sure the budget is being implemented. But we rely on the strategic health plan of the country. If we go through the strategic plan of the Tanzania health sector, there are goals made. So also management of medical equipment and health infrastructure per se are all in the strategic plan of the country. Routine activities to coordinate, monitor, and evaluate implementation of national healthcare policy guidelines of medical equipment. Before that, there were no policies. And then now there are at least a number of biomedical engineers in the country. Then we noticed something is missing in the health policy, that there is no guidelines to monitor activities or interventions for the medical engineers and technicians in the country. Even the policy for management of medical equipment were not there, which made of varieties of equipment to be in the health facilities without management, availability of spare parts, even technical skills was not available. So through this coordination, through this coordination, we are making sure now everything will be in line with the health sector provision in the country. Then we have to establish the updated standard equipment list with the National Package of Healthcare Interventions. This standard list, at least to have a minimum specifications of equipment in each health facility levels. We have the primary health care, we have national hospitals, we have referral hospitals, and specialized hospitals. So before, for financial resources in health sector was very difficult when coming across to the medical equipments. We need to categorize equipments in each health facility and then versus the number of patients who are getting treatment in that area. For example, when we talk about the hematology analyzers, we need to have hematology analyzers with several criteria like fully automated, semi-automated, or manual one, but with the number of patients. For instance, health facility can have 20 patients a day who needs these hematological examinations. There's no need to bring there a fully automated chemistry analyzer or hematology analyzer machine. So our specifications also tries to clarify what level of equipment specifications to be placed in a certain level of the health facility. Then to put in place supervise of PPM standards, operating procedures for healthcare technical services applied at all facilities in all levels. There were no PPM plans. Fortunately, now we have already in use the new policy for preventive maintenance. Since last 2 weeks, official is launched. Then this also is a success because we got this management training in Korea. Then we went back, started to implement those guidelines. So fortunately, we are lucky. This for the PPM manual is already in place. Then we are waiting a few months to come. We'll have now the second standard list equipments for the health facilities. And then to liaise with MSD, TMDA, TBS, TAEC, PHLOB, NEMC, and WMA on matters related to healthcare technical services. To further clarify, MSD, this is medical department stores in Tanzania, who are the procuring entity for the government health institutions in Tanzania. So we work together to make sure the three above are well implemented through this procurement entity. Then TMDA is Tanzania Medical Device and Medicine Authority. This also, they have to make sure the equipment imported in the country meets the standard criteria for the WHO, even for the country. And then TBS, Tanzania Bureau for Standards. These are responsible to make sure standards of all technology available in the country meets those requirements worldwide. And then this is Tanzania Atomic Energy Commission for the radiation control. Also, I engage in our interventions to make sure those radiological equipments are well inspected, working good, and calibrated. Then, this is the Primary Health Laboratory Board to make sure equipments in the laboratory and all interventions during this laboratory tests are well implemented through our equipments. Then, this is NEMC, this is a National Environmental Management Committee. This is now responsible to make sure the disposals, what we were implementing, are well done regarding to the regulations of the environmental impact assessment. Then we have this Ways and Measures Authority. You have something in the laboratories, like weighing scales and other things. Also, they have to make sure the integrity of the weighing scales at all levels in the health facilities are maintained and meet those standards internationally. Then to advise the Ministry of Health in all matters pertaining to healthcare technology management. We have this HCT and HCTS. HCTS means Healthcare Technical Services, and HCT means Healthcare Technology. This is the general term for health. And then to liaise with the Director of Human Resource Development regarding to the healthcare technical personnel. Kofi has added his efforts in capacity building to biomedical engineers and technicians. So now we are recognized in the country. As I said before, the number of biomedical engineers was not known in the country. Now we have mobilized and we know number of available biomedical engineers, those who are working within the government sector and outside government sector. Routine activities is to liaise with the Directorate of Administration and Personnel regarding the employment of biomedical engineers. Professionals, Kofi has positive impact in this. From 2005, we had the first KGA training. This was the local training in Tanzania, whereby then the government came to recognize the importance of having those. And 2006 also we had the second training, where the first group who participated in the training in the 2005 was repeated to come to the training. Then this showed there were no employed biomedical engineers in the country. So since then, at least yearly we have number of biomedical engineers who are employed in the country. Then to oversee operations for maintenance workshops at all levels, Kofi has contributed working tools during trainings. So every participants of this local training, after training, we made sure that they go back with at least basic working tools in the health facilities. The employed biomedical engineers and technicians, when they reached to the working stations, they found there is no working place, means no working workshop, no working tools, so they were just wondering to see how to start. So Kofi trainings also made them aware on how to equip with their working environments, working tools, and to be competent with working. Also, they have confidence now to conversate with medical doctors and other clinicians. You know, before we were not able to exchange our ideas or to sit down and make discussions with the clinicians, doctors, nurses, because it was not there. Then it was something like we don't have any impact in the health sectors in the country. But now it is seen the importance. Then there are clinical doctors are now advocacy on increment of the number of biomedical engineers in the health sector in Tanzania. Collaborate with the Ministry of Education to set good criteria for biomedical trainings. Coffee efforts is in MUHAS. This MUHAS, biomedical engineering training, is the Muhimbili University of Health and Allied Sciences. We have this training whereby Kofi put his efforts also to make sure this training goes well. Then, Head of Healthcare Technical Services in the Ministry of Health is a member of Technology Assessment Committee. Then, Head of Healthcare Technical Services, Secretary of Healthcare Technology Committee Advisory Board. Results. Increased awareness of equipment maintenance management compared to previous years. Increased number of employed biomedical engineers and technicians in public service from less than 100 in 2005 to 422 in 2023. We thank very much Kofi for increasing awareness in the country regarding this employment. And then equipment uptime is improved, hence patient stay time in the health facilities is minimized at all facility levels due to equipment well-functioning and stability. Then reduced frequency of new equipment procurement, which makes easy funds to be reallocated for other activities in the country. As all knows, investment of medical equipment is very costful compared to other resources in the Ministry of Health. So, frequency of a procurement made a chance to save amount of money to be used for other interventions within the health sector in the country. Observed increased value for money of the equipment. Government get a pave to a new high technology investment decision. So here are some of the event pictures. These are the giant ladies trainers in the country, but the fruits of Coffee Global alumni from Dr. Lee-Jung-wook Fellowship. Then these is students who were exchanging their ideas during this training, CMS training. This is at MUHAS, Mloganzila campus. Then this was other outreach services during Global Alumni. We had fellows from Ethiopia. This was 2007. This was in Arusha Technical Training College, where we had this exchange program for that year, and CMS had been conducted there. This was here in Seoul in 2016. With this picture, this among of the oxygen plants production system in Mloganzila Hospital in Tanzania. Challenges: fellowship training programs is not recognized as formal training in government scheme. Duration of local training is short to accommodate management package training. Then, number of invitees for local training is not accommodating all new employees compared to actual demand of biomedical engineers in health facilities. We consider CMS as a part of induction course in the country. As I said, the number of employees is being increased annually. For instance, last year we got 150 new employees in the system. So accommodation of the training, CMS training, is only maximum 30 trainees. So it's not easy to accommodate all, so that the demand is big as compared to the space of those training. Then scarcity of working infrastructures for biomedical engineers within the country's health facilities, specializations training to create team of local experts engineers for maintenance best practices and trainers is not yet met. We have a plan to have special biomedical engineers for special interventions in the country. We want to say if we need experts for maintenance for CT scan, for instance, laboratory equipments, ICU, and other areas in the country to be available. And we are making now zones for the healthcare technical services in the country. Way forward, to make sure healthcare technical services aligned with the International Healthcare Technology Management, WHO guidelines, Tanzania is in plan to implement the following documents. Standard minimum specification, as I said before, health technology management policy guideline. This is in place also, will be out soon. Plan to build equipment maintenance workshops at all facility levels. Healthcare technical services, 5-year strategic plan is in place to be used. Then healthcare technical services, 2 years operational plan between 2025 and 2026. Time is limiting my presentation. So, okay, conclusion. From 2015 to 2023, a total of 249 out of 422, which is 59% of employed biomedical engineers, professionals in Tanzania attend local training summits. This is good impact of coffee in Tanzania. Then, from 2010 to 2023, total of 26 biomedical engineers personnel attended Dr. Lee Jung-wook Fellowship Program in South Korea, which is 6.16% of employed team in Tanzania. Then, the above information proves how the government of South Korea feels responsible to support improvement of healthcare technical services in Tanzania. On behalf of the Ministry of Health and the Government of the Republic of Tanzania, I take this opportunity to bring our sincere gratitude to the government of South Korea, your tireless effort to join your hands towards attaining the development goals in the health sector for the benefits of our citizens. And we are still welcoming and we are ready to receive more support towards this agenda of health sector improvement in Tanzania. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Engineer Silva. And I apologize that we couldn't allow enough time to talk about your success story. And I like your last comment that looks like coffee feels responsible about healthcare technology service. Okay, now let me invite a third guest from Ethiopia, also alumni and fellow of 2016. And he will present assessment, training, and maintenance of medical equipment in war-affected area in Ethiopia. Please welcome with applause.
Okay, thank you, Professor Kim. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Brutus Mahabo from Ethiopia, and I'm working as a lecturer in Gondar University. So today I will present regarding a project, a KGA project, implemented in 2022. Here is the title for project: Assessment, Training, and Maintenance of Medical Equipment in War-Affected Area, Dese and Surrounding Comprehensive Specialized Hospitals. The location is in North Gondar. Before I start my presentation, I think it's better to introduce or to tell you about the KGA Ethiopia establishment. It was established in 2016, and for the last 8 years, we have implemented lots of projects or activities. So this is one of the projects that we implemented in 2022. So I'm Protespa, and I'm the Biomedical Engineers Fellow in 2016. So thank you for being here today. So today I will present regarding this project. So the objectives of our project was to assess, train, and maintain medical equipment in war-affected areas. So the major activity is assessment or evaluation of the medical equipment in that specific area, and there was training, capacity building activities, and finally there was a maintenance campaign done by the alumni members. So here are the specific objectives. So the specific objectives are to assess the status of damaged medical equipment in war-affected areas, in the case of Dese Hospital, and to provide an end user and technical training for both medical staffs and biomedical professionals. As you know, the end user training is delivered for medical staffs, and technical training was delivered for or provided for biomedical professionals, both biomedical technicians and biomedical engineers. So the third specific activity was, or specific objective was, to conduct maintenance campaign for both preventive and corrective at Desse Comprehensive Specialized Hospital, Kombolcha General, and Boromeda General Hospitals. So these three sites was selected, and there was a selection criteria to select the site. Finally, we conduct a workshop on the result dissemination of the project, having a KGA Ethiopia team and other Almunia KGA president and other teams were engaged with this activity. So here are the beneficiaries. So the first and the most beneficiary is the patient or the community of that area. They obtain fast, effective, and quality and efficient health service because of the failure or damage of medical equipment. There was a problem or a gap regarding delivering the medical service. So the second beneficiary is the end users. The end users got a refreshment and end user, and there was a war around Desse Hospital or our site. So because of that war, there was some psychosocial support was important. So by using some psychologist experts, we deliver psychosocial support for that end user or for the medical staffs. And the third beneficiary is biomedical engineers. The biomedical engineers, they improve their teamwork because they have done maintenance campaign. As a result of maintenance campaign, we develop teamwork and create a great opportunity for biomedical engineers to share their experience and initiated future medical equipment maintenance campaign. So this project creates an opportunity to work together, and we develop this skill, teamwork skill. And the fourth beneficiary is the healthcare facility. The healthcare facility had been rehabilitated by this project. And the coffee have a beneficiary as a beneficiary. We realize it as a humanitarian mission by providing healthcare support for Ethiopian, especially for our affected area, and it gives an opportunity to introduce coffee to that area, and it also strengthens the partnership, the global partnership with Ethiopia. So these were our beneficiaries. So when I come to major project activities, the first activity is end user training. As a result of the assessment, the first activity, the assessment part, we select some medical equipment. The medical staffs have some gaps. So we took their initiative, and after that assessment, we deliver some type of training like this. It was a bit practical. Why we deliver this end user training? Because in our country, most of the time, medical equipment are failed because of the mishandling of medical equipment. So because we know that gap, so we try to feed that problem. So it was practical, as you see here in the patient monitor. There was a training for the end users. Most of them are nurses, midwives, and medical doctors. So and laboratory technicians were in the team, and they delivered, they got practical training to handle properly those medical equipments. So this is an autoclave. So practically, we were delivering a training and radiant warmer. So it were the end user training. We have theoretical and practical session. So by that, we deliver training. The second training was a technical training. What makes this technical training special was Desse Hospital was a partner for coffee, and the coffee had delivered or purchased lots of analyzers, medical analyzers. So we delivered the technical training using those analyzers. So unfortunately, they will not have the chance to get that training. So we deliver, and the training was so successful. So here is how the electrosurgical unit, so the trainee was more than 20. They came in Amoah region. So all of them had gained lots of skill, because we as a fellow, we had get this training here in Korea. So we give them this training. So all training was delivered using the analyzer. So that was so important. And after the technical training, the third activity was a medical equipment maintenance campaign. So the trainee and the trainers together, we goes to the hospital and we try to maintain those medical equipments. This was very great. As you see, here is myself maintaining medical equipment, patient monitor. So we had delivered and we were transferring knowledge, skills, and we were sharing lots of experience during this campaign activity. And this was the third activity. And by using this project, we purchased some spare parts which were very important to those hospitals. Because of some purchasing process in our country, it was a bit difficult to buy those spare parts. So with this spare parts, after we assess and evaluate the hospital or the medical equipment, we identify those spare parts, and finally, here is how we deliver or donate those equipment or spare parts to the hospital higher officials. Here is Dr. Amoah. She is a medical director of the Comprehensive Specialized Hospital. And here is Tosisai. He was the CEO of Borumeda Hospital. So we deliver those spare parts, and finally we implement the maintenance campaign using those spare parts. So this was the last activity we implemented. Here we disseminate the project, and the project closure workshop was delivered. So we called some stakeholders from Amoah Regional Health Bureau, Federal Ministry of Health, Coffee Ethiopia team were with us, and we present the result of this project or this activity. So here is some challenge. Actually, the challenge was, the first challenge was budget limitation to purchase all needed spare parts and inflation. The inflation was a problem when we tried to purchase those spare parts. The price was a bit shifted, so it was the limitation. And the expectation of hospitals was higher than the project scope, because they expect us, we go as a coffee office, but we were implementing a single activity or a single project, so the expectation was higher, and it was a challenge for us. And the need to have more number of trainees for both end user and technical. Actually, after they check or test the training, After the first day training, there were an interest to be involved on that training. So, because of our budget limitation, we just focused on with our plan. We continue with our plan. So, as a conclusion, near to 2 million Ethiopian birds have been saved on maintenance as a result of the maintenance campaign work at 3 hospitals. Actually, there was a slide here. The result of a maintenance campaign was calculated, estimated. So around 32 medical equipment were maintained with 2 days campaign activity. So we saved around 1.8 million Ethiopian birr. It's around 35,000 USD was saved by maintaining those medical equipment. So 2 anesthesia machines, 4 mechanical ventilators, and 16 patient monitors were maintained overall maintenance activity. So, as a conclusion, near to this million birr was saved on maintenance activities, and it is an excellent opportunity to share new skills, knowledge on how to maintain and operate certain medical equipment through capacity building training for both end user and biomedical professionals or technical training. So it gives an opportunity to create a new skills and to share our knowledge skill that we gained here in Korea. So we got that an opportunity. So the project has significant influence on the rehabilitation of those facilities. So the partnership, the collaboration between South Korea and Ethiopia were visualized with this project. So the way forward, extending skill development, training, and experience, it should be supported. Maintenance campaign work shall be continued through different regions of Ethiopia. I think we tested the result of maintenance campaign activities with this limited budget. I think it's better to continue this campaign activities. And the biomedical workshop in war affected area shall be supported in terms of finance and human resource capacity. So this is our way forward. Thank you. 감사합니다. 아መሰግናለሁ.
Okay, thank you very much for your presentation. Sounds like this is typical TOT program that is recommended and encouraged by coffee KGA activities. And finally, we have last presentation from Uganda. Before we start, I'd like to introduce our esteemed senior from Korean Society of Emergency Medicine, who guided Dr. Amoah, a professor from Wonju Christian University, Professor Lee Kang-hyun. Please stand up. Actually, the name of this project, Tutata, reminds me another one. Together with Coffee, we launched a project in DR Congo named Sukambak. Okay, it was about the capacity building for pre-hospital emergency care service, like ambulance service. And together with Coffee, secretary from Coffee, Chon, and all other members, and together with Professor Lee and the members of Korean Society of Emergency Medicine, including me, was devoted to and with a commitment. And the project name was Sukambak. And today he came back with Tutata from Uganda. Dr. Omon Alphonse Digojon from Masaka Regional Hospital. There was a fellow from Masaka also for our hospital like 6 years ago. I still remember them. And he will present his achievement named the Uganda Trauma Assessment and Treatment Algorithm, Tutata, And let's listen to his achievement and also some video clip. Please.
In the heart of East Africa lies Uganda, a country rich in culture but also facing its share of health challenges.
So regarding Dr. Lee Jong-wook Fellowship Program, we have sent 130 health sector government officials to South Korean institutions and hospitals for the invitational training under this program to enhance medical human personnel capacity building by fostering experience and skills and knowledge so they can apply to their institutions when they return to Uganda.
And this was seen as a big gap because in order to improve emergency care, you need this type of staff, either trained at undergraduate or postgraduate level to that extent.
And these are...
Thank you very much. We can watch this the whole day. I am Dr. Mona Alphonse. I'm a general surgeon, and I head the emergency department at Masaka Regional Referral Hospital under the Ministry of Health. I'm a Lee Jong-wook Fellow in 2022. I was part of the clinical experts team at Yonsei University, Mwanje Severance Christian Hospital. So trauma is a big problem in Uganda. You can read in all articles and you will see that for yourself. But one which stand out very clearly was this, which was done in quite an old article, but the data which it came out still stands today. Key among this is that the preventable trauma death stands at over 60%. And within the first day of admission at the emergency department, hemorrhagic shock, intracranial hematoma, cervical spine fracture, airway obstruction, tension pneumothorax are the leading causes of death. As you can see, over 50% of the people who died, they died because of those preventable conditions. Now, the reason why this patient died is because of misdiagnosis, inadequate resuscitation, and delayed surgery. But when you look at misdiagnosis and inadequate resuscitation, it has been it contributed to almost 72% of all those who died. Now, why were these clinicians missing the diagnosis and not instituting adequate resuscitation? The reason was that
there has been no structured trauma assessment and treatment in Uganda ever since. And that is the reason why we decided to develop the Uganda Trauma Assessment and Treatment. So the goal was to develop the Uganda Trauma Assessment and Treatment algorithm and to train all health workers in Uganda, especially those at the emergency department. And we hope to achieve a 10% reduction in overall trauma mortality. And our mission was 66-60. The 66-60 was derived from the golden hour. The first 60 is 60 seconds, and we hope that by the end of 60 seconds, we have done patient triage of the trauma victims and determine whether they need immediate intervention, category red, category green, or category yellow. And the 6 is 6 minutes. By the end of 6 minutes, we hope to have identified and treated all life-threatening conditions, including airway obstruction, C-spine fracture, tension pneumothorax, massive hemothorax, cardiac tamponade, and shock, among others. And by the end of 60 minutes, we hope to have stabilized the patient and is ready for definitive care. So the beneficiaries are first among all the health workers at the hospital, and we want to expand to include the entire country, and then also the patients who are victims of trauma. And we did this at Masaka Regional Referral Hospital. So the activities were two-pronged. One was the development of the algorithm, and two was the training. The development of the algorithm started here at Wanju Severance Christian Hospital at Yonsei University. And it was from here that we developed the action plan, which finally we went back home and collected a group of other alumni in the EMS who have been trained, and we put up the training manual together. This was at our graduation ceremony in 2023 with Professor Lee Kang. Thank you very much for your support. And while we were here, we also trained in the Korean trauma assessment and treatment course. And it was from this that we were able to make up the Tutata course. So the second aspect of the activities was training. As you can see, this is Mr. Zikusoka. He's an alumni. He trained earlier, and he's taking part in training these other trainees during the Tutata course. And this is a practice with the point-of-care ultrasound scan. You might be wondering, the time which we had put is quite ambitious and quite short, especially in a low-income country like Uganda. But we believe that if we make use of technology, if we make use of the point-of-care ultrasound scan, we can be able to achieve the 6 minutes within which we can identify and treat life-threatening conditions. As you have already seen, over 72% of these patients died because they were not able to detect the life-threatening conditions. So point-of-care ultrasound scan is very, very important tool. It will take you not more than 2 minutes to be able to identify a tension pneumothorax, massive hemothorax, and hemorrhagic causes of shock, which potentially is in the abdomen through the focused abdominal sonography for trauma. Now, this is training on intervention. We use a pig to demonstrate how to put a chest tube to do needle decompression and also to do chest drainage. And on the other side is the theory training that we were doing. So the results was a bit surprising to me, but it was a good one, which was really, really impressed the hospital administration. As you can see, we looked at the trauma trend in Masaka from July 2023 to March 2024. On average, on a monthly average, we receive between 30 to 50 patients. And the bar graph shows the number of trauma patients that we received. Towards December, January, February, and March, the numbers went up. This is because of the festive season. And also we had several mass casualties that had occurred. There were several trucks carrying over 40 traders which collapsed. So that's why you see the numbers has gone up during this time. The orange graph shows the trend of identified and treated life-threatening conditions. As you can see, it has been increasing over time. The blue line shows the number of trauma deaths, overall trauma deaths, from July to March. There's that decline. And the orange line is showing the percentage reduction in the trauma death. As you can see, the intervention was done in November. And as you can see, there has been an overall decline in the percentage of trauma mortalities over time. So we managed to train 32 health workers. Our initial plan was to train 30, but after the first week of the training, we got a lot of interest from many other health workers within the hospital. However, we were only able to admit two more to train. Of all these, there are some who performed really well, especially in the practical session, because we had different categories of people. We had specialists, we had general practitioners, and we had nurses. The nurses performed much better than the highly qualified staff in the practical session, and the reverse is true for the theory session. So 10 of them qualified as TOTs, and then we also printed the Tutata book, a pocket version. There were challenges of limited resources, equipment, medical supplies, and personnel, and this we thought could have impacted on our overall outcome. We believe that had we got enough resources, probably the trauma mortality would have been much lower. And then the training requirements. Masaka has the first training and skills simulation lab in Uganda. The second regional referral hospital, which copied from Masaka, is Yumbe Regional Referral Hospital. And it is within this skills lab that we were able to train, because the skills lab was fully built and fully equipped by Kofi. I believe that if we do this in all the 14 regional referral hospitals in the country, the trauma mortality in Uganda will drastically come down, because we'll be able to train more people. And also the specimen preparation. The pig which you saw, it was suffocated by the supplier, but we wanted to create the actual situation, the actual scenario in the patient. For example, if we want to create a tension pneumothorax, we wanted the actual tension pneumothorax to be created in the specimen, but we were not able to do that. However, the trainees were still able to grasp the skills and be able to apply it. Monitoring and evaluation. Our initial plan was to monitor the trauma resuscitation using lactate dehydrogenase and base deficit clearance at 12 and 24 hours after resuscitation. We even procured the reagents for the ABG analyzer. However, the ABG analyzer needed to be plugged to electricity 24 hours, all time round. Unfortunately, there was a time when we had done, electricity went off, and that was the end of the point when we could use the ABG analyzer. So this also taught us that maybe we don't need this expensive and very difficult equipment for us to use. Because if electricity goes off and this very expensive equipment gets down, then we may not be able to achieve this. But also we thought if we can have a trauma registry where we can be able to collect as much information as possible on the trauma patients from the pre-hospital setting up to the point of disposal, we can be able to get adequate information which we can feed back into our training so that we can be able to improve on the training over time. And then we also need sustainability, ongoing support. We were grateful for Coffee for the $30,000 which they put in. And for this sustainability, we are also involving the Ministry of Health of Uganda. Last week on Friday, I made this same presentation to the ministry, the technical working group, and they were very pleased with our findings, and they gave me a go-ahead to involve the Human Resource Department so that we can see how to incorporate this into the formal training of the Ministry of Health. So we need stakeholders' collaborations at various levels. We learned that it is possible to design these courses. And these courses, when they're designed, it needs to be trained to within the very setting where we work. The setting where we work is very different from the setting which we see here in Korea. When we were in the resuscitation room at Bonju Severance Christian Hospital, it is very well equipped. The human resource is like at the top, but in my emergency department, I have only 3 health workers at any one time. So those 3 health workers are the ones I need to use so that they can offer adequate trauma resuscitation. So whenever there's any course that we need to develop, we need to train these health workers within that very environment, because the environments are different in terms of resources available. And also these trainings, when developed and done within that setting, it is usually cheaper. And to go forward, I really pray that we can be able to scale up this training to involve all health workers in the country. And I believe that trauma is not the only cause of mortality in our department. The other major cause of mortality is also cardiac arrest. And we can still develop a training manual for cardiac care in our settings. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Quite impressive. And the way of applause is typical Ghanaian way, right? Yeah. Okay. Now we heard all presentations from 4 countries: Ghana, Tanzania, Ethiopia, and Uganda. And I hope we could bring back home the lessons about how we can expand after we finish a fellowship program, how we can bring it to our home, and how we can realize our action plan. And maybe it calls for another attention and more support from Coffee to help them realize, just like Dr. Amoah showed that huge reduction in mortality rate, maybe other activities can benefit from seamless support from Coffee. Okay, thank you very much for your attention. Now we can move to panel discussion after short preparation. Thank you.
Thank you so very much for the excellent moderation of session 2. It was a great opportunity for us to learn how the experience here in Korea is bringing real changes in your each home nation. Thank you very much for your hard work and sharing your meaningful journey with us today. As our moderator has mentioned, we're going to take about 10 minutes to arrange the stage and then proceed with the next part of the program. Please bear with us. as you can see, the stage is all beautifully set. And now please allow me to invite all the speakers and presenters to the stage for the panel discussion. We have prepared this time to discuss the ideal direction, to find ways on how we can better cooperate in global health as we navigate the post-pandemic era. And for that, I would like to invite today's speakers and the 4 presenters of session 2. Let me welcome again Professor Kim Hoon, who will serve as the moderator for the panel discussion as well. Yes, Engineer Suniva Haule, Dr. Omona Alphonse de Guzone, Dr. Juan Pablo Bifani, Professor Kwon Soon Man, Dr. Elsie Kyuguli Mawade, Professor Kim Ung Han, Engineer Brutesva Muhabu Aline, Dr. Ralph Arfa, and last but not least, we have Director Jung Hye-jin as a panelist for this discussion. Please welcome them with a big hand. Yes, and Mr. Moderator, please take the floor.
Okay, good afternoon again. I hope everyone enjoyed session 1 and also session 2. And I believe we all are impressed and got insight about how Dr. Lee Jong-uk Fellowship Program have great impact on each areas and with great impact and have sustainable activities for each country and areas. Since we couldn't wrap up session 1 due to time limit, I want to raise some issues also covering session 1, and also I want to hear from some excellent speakers from session 1 and also session 2 regarding the agenda that was driven by a presentation of today. Actually, we dealt with surgical care and trauma care activities, which is crucial for human life and also have huge burden, especially in resource-limited settings like African countries. And actually, Professor Kwon, at the end of session 1, mentioned about the importance of essential surgical package and essential trauma package, which is also affordable and accessible, and most importantly, cost-effective. And I was impressed by the presentation from Dr. Elsie about the activities of AfriHealth, which provide a huge array of remote trainings and which covered pandemics, and also I believe they have crucial roles in many areas, not only like confronting communicable disease. Maybe it can be used as like some course for biomedical engineering also, and maybe it can provide very great opportunities for clinicians to cover basic trauma and emergency cares and as areas. So, and also maybe coffee also have something in mind, how we can develop further for future direction in terms of how we can cover more and more primary care, and also for each countries, how we can set mid to long-term like strategies, and how we can develop most like interested areas. At the beginning, I want to invite Kofi and speakers from AfriHealth, Dr. Elsie, and also someone who have experience regarding how to implement primary health care, related with capacity building, how we can build up human resources, trainers, and how we can implement it in each countries, and how we can make some connections with existing programs like Dr. Lee Jong-uk Fellowship Program, how we can support it, and also how we can cooperate with the institution like AfriHealth. Yeah, maybe Professor Kwon Soon Man have some insight about this topic, and I want to hand over the mic to Professor Kwon. who will, okay, Manager Director Jung, please.
Yes, since I'm the host of the day, I will start first. And we've made some great successes over the course of the years, but I'm more focused on the challenges and way forward that all the presenters suggested. Because invitation trainings alone has a lot of limitations, and then we shouldn't stop here and then just enjoy the fruits that we've created so far. But we should move up another level and then try to localize and then use the networks and expand it as a platform. In that way, collaboration is really important. Collaboration with the Africa's own organizations such as AfriHealth is very important. And also local institutions and academia are very important partners with us. Not only the recipient and donor relationship, but also like holding hands together to move forward. So I think it's very important, and we will take home all the challenges and the way forward you suggested and try to improve our program together with you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's very exciting. I think collaboration and networking is very, very important, and we can already see the fruits of that collaboration with Kofi and all the different countries, and I'm glad that AfriHealth is also coming on board. And one of the lessons we learned through COVID, we had not planned this because we had planned face-to-face trainings, and then when COVID came, we could not continue with face-to-face. But having a learning management system has really had a multiplier effect on all the programs that we have. Of course, there are some things that you need to do face-to-face which cannot be done online, but most of the basics can be done online. And we are really, because we are working across the whole of Africa, we are maximizing the utilization of online training. It has its challenges as well, especially when we are working with the rural areas where there's limited internet, and also access to equipment. But as much as possible, we are trying to utilize online virtual training to maximize the numbers that we are reaching. And then what I see is that Kofi is really making sure that when they train somebody, they follow up and see what's happening. And I've liked that multiplier effect that trainee will now go on and train others. And of course, they've gained the expertise, and that's one way of also increasing the numbers that are being reached. And working with governments is very important. I think Kofi has really achieved that. And AfriHealth, we've had some challenges, despite the fact that we are actually in the region working with governments has not been so easy. So we've worked more with the health professions education systems, because that's how we started off with the training institutions. But it's so important to have that link between health professions education and the health systems. So that link, I think, is something that we can learn from Kofi, and then Kofi can also see how we do the pre-service training, so that by the time the people go out to the field, they have these basic skills to be able to meet the needs of the populations. Thank you.
And this I종욱펠로우십 program, I think it is initiation. After initiation, next is depend on trainee, mentor, and mentee. I think it should be lifelong, continuous relationship and support, and we have the relationship is important. It depends on mentor and mentee. So I'm cardiac surgeon. In Korea, the cardiac operation done in 1960s. At that time, Korea is the poorest country in the world. At that time, Korean started cardiac operation. I decided to be a cardiac surgeon 40 years ago. At that time, Korean situation is not good. 1980s. At that time I decided. So at that time in Korea, cardiac operation, high mortality, everything is deficient, every resource is deficient. So I visit the ASEAN and Africa country. The environment is similar when I was young. So I'm very familiar with such a situation of everything is deficient, human resource, facility, everything deficient. But I did a cardiac operation. So for successful program, the mentor should be understand the situation of Africa. That is very important. So and what we have to you have to learn. We have to teaching. That is the initiation. And another thing is we have to teaching knowledge transfer. Not only knowledge transfer, but also we have the looking and to appropriate technology, who can be done in the limited resource area. So mentor, role of mentor is very important. Mentor understand the Africa and the situation. That is so I always recommend to copy when you this program for success program. Mentor should be visiting the country and see the hospital and the society, understand the situation. That after that, the mentor should do what we have. What we can do teaching, what have to do, that is important. And many this program involve the people come Korea. They're thinking about what we have to do. After return, how we can do success, turn this Korea situation to in limited resource country and area. So anyway, this is a I종욱 Fellowship program, just the initiation. Very short period, but it depends on mentor and mentee. We have to persist and continuous. Change is not easy. So for that, continuous relationship and the support and looking for appropriate technology, that is an essential part. So for that aspect, this program is very important. So COPI has looking for organized alumni. And continues this inviting this presentation. There's encourage and teamwork, team building in country. That is very important for sustainable this program. For that aspect, anyway, it depends on government side and the personal aspect. All link is cross linking. So and how we can linking the mentor and mentee. For that aspect, I think it is very important program, and we are looking for way how we can more strong program and more sustainable program that for that aspect. And I'm very thankful for COPI. This alumni organization is very important.
Thank you. Let me give you a few short. Not very short, right? Reflections that first, I mean, as you know, COFI does many ODA programs, not just capacity building, but today probably seems like capacity building is the major topic today. And it is important because capacity building is a kind of signature program in COFI. Can I say that, right? Signature program. And, but this is very, it's not an easy area, like a capacity building in healthcare. It may be easy to say, but it's not easy to implement. So as you know, I worked as the chief of the health sector group in Asian Development Bank, and also I'm still a founding director of the WHO Collaborating Center for Health System and Financing. So from this perspective, I mean, let's have a bit broader perspective about education and capacity building. So in education and capacity building, from development perspective, our major focus should be primary education, usually. Okay? So from when I worked in the bank, we first target the elementary school education. The other extreme is PhD, graduate school level support. But the reason that we tend not to focus on specialized like a PhD level education is like brain drain is one issue, and also the societal benefits of advanced degree is very low, because the benefits of advanced training usually comes to the individual. So that's why, I mean, Professor Kim has mentioned, though we tend to target more and more of the primary education rather than specialists, and also especially in the case of specialists, there is a potential brain drain. But it does not mean that the health system can survive only with primary care. So we also need to provide some educational capacity building. So in general education area, that's the area so-called Tibet. I'm not sure whether you've heard about Tibet. Tibet is technical and vocational education and training. So that's the area that development bank like World Bank, ADB is focusing a lot these days, because primary education cannot solve everything. So in that sense, you can view this capacity building in health sector a bit similar to Tibet approach. Okay? And we trained like a short term, but not a very long term. And so in that sense, capacity building in health sector is also a bit different from generic Tibet, because generic Tibet is a bit easier to implement, whereas Tibetan health sector, like capacity building, much more complicated. So in that sense, I think coffee, initially, to be honest, I was not very optimistic about capacity building programs in coffee when coffee first started, to be honest, sorry, but I've observed all those kind of capacity buildings of coffee, and it's doing relatively, I'm not perfect, but relatively well, better than I expected. And I found that compared to the multilaterals, this capacity building by bilateral like coffee has its own competitive niche, I think, in terms of continuous relationship. But okay, but that's the kind of my own version of applause and appreciation. But we should not be, I mean, nothing is perfect, and we should work harder to make it work better. Okay? For example, what coffee can do is that you should do more on the follow-ups. Okay? And it's like us, same in like I'm working at the university, so we should do the more active follow-ups to the survey for the graduates who graduate from my school like 20 years ago, even 30 years ago. So coffee should have a long-term perspective and the more active, rigorous follow-up. Networking can be one thing, but rigorous follow-up. And you should check the impact, not just a short-term impact. I mean, I was quite impressed by those presentations you showed, kind of short-term, medium-term impact, but coffee should also work on the long-term. You should continue to see in the long-term impact and long-term sustainability. I think that is very important. And other thing is, I involved in these capacity building programs in health policy and health economics, more or less recently. And probably this issue can be also an issue for other programs, but finance and economics is not really, there's no hands-on kind of work, so we really lecture things. So language is an issue for me, my dilemma actually. I mean, I'm not talking about the language issues during the process of teaching, but in the selection. Because I did an interview before finalizing the students coming to my program. So it is definitely, I mean, English proficiency is an important, necessary condition, because otherwise there is no impact of education. But I also found that when I have an interview with the candidates, I'm not sure, I mean, sometimes there should be some people who really need this training and who are really very capable of getting this education. But if he does not, or if he or she does not really answer my questions, and if I experience a terrible kind of difficulty in communication, I cannot select him or her. So that's one of the dilemma. I hope it is also a dilemma for finance and policy programs, but language is definitely an issue. And another, like my suggestion is that I always suggested, I mean, in a South collaboration in the capacity building, when I give consultations, advice for the Ghana health insurance programs, but this kind of regional level collaboration, a regional level capacity building is another area that COFI can pursue in the future again. Because in that case, I mean, eventually, I mean, at the beginning, Korea can help. But eventually, it should be done yourself. And in that perspective, like East African, West African, or even African-wide approach or South collaboration in the capacity building is another very important area that COFI should continue to, start or continue to support. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for your thoughtful and very kind guidance for our future direction, Professor Kwon. And since I brought some agenda regarding some primary healthcare capacity building, because usually we invite fellows from Ghana, for example, and we provide technical assistance and we provide training on high fidelity technologies like laparoscopic surgery and arthroscopic surgery and even endoscopy. And because this is like usual practice in Korea, and we are not good at teaching basic essential care, especially in the teaching hospital. This is our dilemma. But I still remember that one fellow from, not urban area, from OT maybe, the physician confessed that he came here to learn hernia surgery. And he told me a story about old man suffering more than 3 or 4 days with strangulation and finally came with sepsis. And he cried that he couldn't save the patient, and he wanted to learn hernia surgery, which is not usually available or prevalent in Korea. So I'm wondering, since Dr. Ralph Alma, you mentioned about your domestic, like some training herb or some, maybe the Leech Hospital can play a role. Maybe you can dispatch your surgeon to remote area, something like that. So I want to hear from you about the feasibility of your own training scheme, that how you can facilitate, which is the essential care, surgical care, for example, which is not available in the rural areas. I want to hear about the role of teaching hospitals like you in Ghana.
Thank you very much. So it's a very interesting the question you've asked, because I'm a general surgeon by training. And so over the last 3 years, the government is developing a surgical plan for the country. And so all these things are being considered. But the thing about Ghana is there are some who have the training across board. And for the last presentation I showed you, actually, the one at Ada, I actually went back to do the review, and I had to stay in a hotel overnight because the surgeon there was not as competent as I was. And unfortunately, they had a foreign doctor was coming there, and they came by boat to the hospital, so I had to go and hire a hotel, stay overnight, and be operating and doing those cases, because the distance from that area to where my center is about 2 hours. And the people living along the banks of the river are poor fishermen and farmers, and they don't have access to the kind of care that I provide in the city. So basically, what the Ghana College of Physicians and Surgeons have done is to take people from these remote areas, give them training, and then send them back to be able to do these kinds of work. Unfortunately, for the place where we did the training, the main surgeon there did not even know how to do hernia repair using mesh. He was used to doing that nylon down and doing the shoulders. So of the 40 cases I did, I actually had to teach him how to use the mesh. And so when I went back and there was a case, the emergency, we had to do it together. And so that's how come I got to transfer that skill set to him. But unfortunately, he's so old, he's retiring next year. So I have a dilemma of seeing if I can send any of my registrars there. So that's the situation we find ourselves in. In the urban and the peri-urban centers, you can have everything from endoscopy to laparoscopy. But once you move from the capital to the hinterlands, like you said, OT, I actually used to work in the Volta region for many years. They send the cases down to the regional hospital for the cases to be done. And sometimes the delay leads to a morbidity and a mortality. So the country now has a surgical plan that has inculcated all these things into both the primary, secondary, tertiary level, so that we have specialists at all levels teaching, and also there's a desire now to move the training away from the city centers into this district and regional hospitals to make it a better place. So that's the next stage of the surgical plan. Thank you.
Okay. I think the key factor of a successful this program is teacher and the trainee. So for the aspect, I every effort to select myself, the trainee. It is because I interview and observation several years. After that, I selected the trainee because one person can change the world, I believe. So education itself is meaningless. We have to put success this program to the potential people looking for. That is the mission of a teacher. That is one. So selection is most important. Another thing is the attitude of a teacher. So when for this program, I'm matching for every effort of looking for best teacher in the Korea for this program. Also I meet several teacher, professor, and talking them about that. I explained the situation of trainee, and I selected the teacher. So after initiation, I just saw this I presented when I started Ethiopia program. I think I have no big trust. But 5 years, they show me can do. So I was surprised. By this program, I changed myself, the attitude, what I have to do, the change. That is our duty. So the simple teaching, training, it is, I think the result is not we can trust the result. So this is very important program. For that, the system, the copy has a good system is needed for success this program. For that, and the system is very important for that aspect. So like this program, follow-up, regularly follow-up of training people, and give up. After all trainee, after return, already they give me my message, how difficult it is. For example, corruption. Many, as you expected, so many obstacles for them. Each time they send me message. Just my message always never give up. Never give up. When I meet a trainee, I give a lifelong mission. It is a lifelong mission for their country and their system and for him. Without that, it is this program is just maximum 3 years, but we give a lifelong mission for them, for they. They have to do never give up and the lifelong mission, lifelong make an effort to change the society and the system, the country. But one person can change it. This together we can change it. So system is meaningless, but the Korean government had a more perfect program system, make an effort. So for we make an effort together. This program means we have together make a best program in the world for Africa and Asia. So I think that for that aspect, we continue to make an effort, and the good system and feedback of trainee and good feedback of teachers. Such a system as we established.
Okay, thank you for your compliment and cheering up, Kofi. And we have actually behind of time, but I want to invite Dr. Pablo. So please give us your impression about the session 1 and 2 and the activities of Kofi. It will be the last presentation and last comment from our guest.
Well, thank you very much. Well, I'm very impressed by the program, and what really impresses me, what really stands out, is how pragmatic it is. I hear the presentations from my colleagues, and it's just how impactful. I think that's one thing that really stands out. And often when you have this type of interactions, between different countries, the attitude in the past in many of these interactions has been limited in many cases by donating pieces of equipment and whatever else, and with little know-how that follows up and training and so on. And what I hear from my colleagues now is this idea of continuing this relationship and developing local talent is really, really important. And so that really stands out, and I really appreciate the presentation from my colleagues, because that really, really comes out about the pragmatic aspect of the program. And that's really impactful, actually. So I think that's all I can say. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for the great comment from our speakers, and also hope all audience take good memories and good impressions about Dr. Lee Jong-uk Fellowship program, and hope all of you continue to be a good friend and have a good memories and good time in Korea, and safely return back to your country. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your great contribution by moderating and giving input to the panel discussion. Should we give another round of applause for the moderator and all the panelists? Thank you so much. Yes, so what's stood out to me is the importance of language proficiency, developing local independent training programs on top of the cross-border cooperation and continuous knowledge transfer. Last but not least, as we were emphasized by the professor, can-do spirit. Never give up, just continue doing the hard work. Thank you so much. And now we will proceed with the 2023 KGA Outstanding Activity Award Ceremony. We have supported 14 activities from 7 countries last year, and a group of experts reviewed the result and selected the best activity of this year. And without further ado, let me announce the winner of the year 2023. Are you all excited? Drum roll. Thank you. You didn't have to do that. Thank you so much. The winner of KGA activity for the year 2023 is the Uganda group. Woo! Yes, congratulations. Yes, the Uganda Kofi alumni have conducted the Ugama Trauma Assessment and Treatment Algorithm to Tata and has shown the incredible improvements in reducing trauma admissions in Masaka Regional Referral Hospital. And the activity was also presented today. As you can see, the certificate and trophy will be presented by the President Ha to Dr. Amoah. Yes, as you can see, our President Ha and Dr. Amoah have come up to the stage. Let me read off the certificate on behalf of the host organization, Kofi. Best Activity of the Year 2023, Kofi Global Alumni, KGA. To Tata, the Uganda Trauma Assessment and Treatment Algorithm Development and Training, presented to Uganda, KGA. June 5th of 2024, President Ha Il-soo. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a big hand and congratulations to the Uganda KGA. Thank you very much. It surely must be a meaningful year for Uganda KGA. Yes, we have also prepared the trophy or the plaque of appreciation and excellence to show how grateful we are about their heartfelt and authentic activity and hard work. Congratulations. Let's take another photo. Could you please come to the center stage? And we're also joined by Professor Lee Gang-hyun from Yonsei Hospital, who is the direct master, the maestro, and the teacher for the training program. Let's give a big hand to him as well. Thank you very much for your input and great work. Let's say one more time, Kofi! Let's do the small heart, the finger heart, or the BTS heart, Blackpink's heart. Let's show the heart to the photographer and celebrate this special moment. Kofi, we love you. Congratulations. What a beautiful scenery right now, hugging each other to celebrate this very special woman. Congratulations once again. And now we would like to have President Ha's closing remarks on today's commemorative forum. Thank you once again for hosting this meaningful event for everyone here today. And we would like to hear from his opinion about how it went today and what he thinks about today's forum. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome him once again with your big hand.
Thank you very much, everybody. I was very much impressed by the excellent presentations and informative lectures, and also sincere discussion and advice to our future direction. And I am also very grateful to all staffs, especially Dr. Hae-jin Jung, who prepared this forum. With all the staffs of COFFEE for several days and nights. And I sincerely thank to all the sincere participants who stayed so long all day in your busy days. Anyhow, we will, as was presented, continue as suggested, and we have to proceed and go together in the future too. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you very much for your generous remarks. And ladies and gentlemen, we're almost to the end, but we have one very important segment of today's forum left, which is a total group photo opportunity. And for that, we need to clear the stage. So we'll take around 5 minutes to clear all the tables and the couches so that we can host and accommodate every participant to the stage. So please bear with us. Ladies and gentlemen, I thought it was going to take longer, but as you can see, the stage is crystal clear. So let me invite every participant up on the stage, all speakers, KGA members, COFI staff, and training institution representatives. Please come up to the stage and join us for the last photo opportunity. Ladies and gentlemen, let me kindly invite every single participant to come up on stage. We want to have you included in the photo. And as you can see, the space is pretty tight. So if you think you're tall, please go towards the back, right? And if you think you're small, relatively, then you can stay in the front. And we will also use this space below the stage, under the stage as well. So you're allowed to stand in front of the stage, on top of the stage. Just make sure that you're not covering other people's faces. Are you all here? All right, looks good. Yeah, there's a limit when it comes to the width of the photo. So if you're at the very end of the both edges, please go to the back. That's how you can get in the photo. So if you're standing in the very edge and the end of the line, please go back. 다 보이실까요? 붙여서. Yeah, could you please stay as close as possible? And maybe I think some of you can just come and make another row and do this, like kind of squat. 이렇게. 다 나오나요? Sorry, change of plan. For those who are in the very back, please come to the front. Yeah, this is good. Yeah, thank you. We can utilize the space. I think this small group people could go over there. There's some space. 네, 한국 분들 이쪽으로 와주시면 감사하겠습니다. 저쪽에 자리가 좀 있습니다. 네. 할까요? Yes, perfect. That looks good. We have done this a few times. You know the protocol, right? First, just as is, but big smile, right? Just very natural, as is, default posture, but with big smiles. Should we say Kofi to help you? Yes. 1, 2, 3. Kofi! And the other fun version, as you know, please make the Korean small finger heart and show your love to the world. Let's say Kofi one more time. 1, 2, 3. Kofi! Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you very much for your cooperation and participation today, and we appreciate your continued interest in Kofi and the Dr. Lee Jong-wook Fellowship Program. Before we end our event today, we would appreciate it if everyone can scan the QR code on the screen for a short survey. It'll appear soon. Oh, right here. For the short survey, I promise it'll take less than 3 minutes, and we will take your feedback to better and improve our Kofi program for the future. I know that there is some continuation of photo taking, but maybe after this you'll be able to see the QR code. Please scan the QR code and give us your feedback. Congratulations, but we just wanted to make sure that you give us your valuable feedback. We have the QR code on the screen. Please scan the QR code to provide your valuable feedback so that we can use your feedback to better the program. Thank you very much. We truly appreciate it. It'll take less than 3 minutes, I promise. And yes, we will. Yes, of course. We'll do that. And ladies and gentlemen, this brings us to the very conclusion of today's forum. Thank you once again. This has been your MC Claudia Lee. I hope you made great memories during your stay in Korea. Thank you very much.